Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the mini battle between the second 11 squads of Royal College and St. Thomas's College. The match was underway at approximately 9:45 a.m. It is now 10:40 a.m. and St. Thomas College is currently 25 runs for no loss. The batsmen at the crease are Bhagya Disanayaka and Dulit Gunaratna. The bowler Abhishek Pereira. I am joined by my fellow Thomian counterpart Trishan. My name is Shalim. We'll be your commentators for this morning. And Royal College have a slightly traditional fielding setup here with 4 slips, 3 slips and a gully, sorry. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and a fine leg. It looks like Royal College is going for what's known as negative bowling, or rather simply containing the runs, and they seem to be fairly successful, as St. Thomas College currently has a run rate of 2.7. As of now, only Dulit Gunaratna seems to be scoring heavily. Bhagya Disanayaka seems to be scratching around, but of course this is just simply can be a tactic by St. Thomas's College, which is a widely known tactic where one striker takes up all the runs, scores heavily, while the other opener simply stays at the crease and keeps his wicket. And now overs finished. We are moving into the next over, the 10th of the game. And the bowler is Chamaka Edrisingh for our college. We see the right-hander Bhagya Disanayaka being beaten very frequently by the bowler in the recent overs. Maybe simply he's leaving balls and has a strategic plan to stay at the wicket. But it also seems to me that the bowler has done a very good job of containing the runs. As of now, there's been a fairly consistent bowling performance by the Royal College bowlers. They're bowling even line, even length. They've only seen a couple of boundaries as of now. But the Thomian batsmen, most importantly, of course, are not getting out. They are keeping their wicket. And as of now, of course, there have been no risks taken by the Thomian batsmen either. So you can say it's a fairly consistent and even performance by both of the teams. And once again, Bhagya Disanayaka has been beaten by the bowler. The score is currently 25 runs for no loss. And as you can see, as the overs changed, there's been a slight field in variation. Mid-wicket has moved to square leg and our gully has moved further towards the point position. Oh, that was a close one there. The keeper couldn't quite get his hands to it. It's run towards fine leg, just 1 run for the Thomians. Both in their strategy today. But of course, in a 2-day test match, it's very important to simply score as much as you can in a very limited amount of time, otherwise you're not really going to get anywhere. So do you think St. Thomas College is trying to go for a draw here or go for a definite win?
Well, I think they'll always go for a win, but who knows? The chances are they're going to play to win.
Royal College bowling has been fairly consistent this entire innings with just 2 bowlers, Chamaka and Abhishek, bowling fairly consistent overs. And as you can see, they're rotating between only those 2 bowlers. Why do you think Royal has not opted to bring in a fresh bowler or even try a different tactic such as a spinner?
Maybe they are just warming up. Maybe they'll bring in spinners later on in the game where the spin is better.
That's true. Pitches do tend to deteriorate after some time and spin comes into play a bit later in the game.
Yeah.
The condition...
So, it's quite possible.
But then again, that is what happens in a test match. Normally you keep open areas just to tempt the batsman to go for the big shots and then they get out with a good tip catch. We don't see the Thomian batsman falling for that yet.
It's possible that they might though. It's a good strategy.
and the run rate has dropped slightly. It was around 3 at the beginning of the match. Around 5 overs in, they were scoring a fairly consistent rate. It's dropped very slightly to a run rate of 2.5. St. Thomas has currently 28 runs for the loss of no wicket. And a bat with Abhishek Pereira bowling at the striker, who is Dulit Gunawardhana.
The Royal supporters are out in force here this afternoon to defend, to support their Royal team. They are hoping for a great match, and I really think that they will be obliged. Thomians go for one quick run.
And leaving it to Dulit to play whatever shots he wants to play. Also, there's the fact that the Thomians have a full batting lineup still ready and waiting, and as of now, they still have not lost any wickets. So I think that as of this point, it's okay, especially since we're coming to the end of the session. It's okay for the Thomians to play a bit freer and a bit, loosen up their arms a bit and play a few more shots, especially through that through the covers, especially since we see only one man at cover, or even through mid-wicket, since there seems to be they seem to be in a quite comfortable position to do so. Back again, ladies and gentlemen, battle with the second level squads of St. Thomas College. Thanks for a few technical difficulties that led of doing this live stream. But we're back again. St. Thomas College still no loss. Duit Gunawardhana and Bhagya Dissanayaka still at the crease and still playing very consistent innings. Royal College, the scoreboard in. Go into Bhagya Dissanayaka. The field has changed drastically. Changed as well. We now see a square leg. There, he got it right. The ball. And that's a beautiful shot by Bhagyan Nayak. Slammed it right through the covers, down on one knee. The ball was pitched a bit fuller than it should have, maybe a bit too much to the offside. Bhagyan Nayak simply went down and cut it straight through the covers. Beautiful square drive, and 4 runs very deservedly go to his name. And Bhagyan Nayak still playing a conservative innings despite his recent attack on the spin bowler. Very wise of him actually not to go for consecutive boundaries or even we've seen a few aggressive shots.
They started. I guess it's because they've become. Otherwise, there's no point.
Yeah, I think part of the settling in, getting your eye in, adapting to the wicket. Normally, what is told to the batsman is only after you start to sweat a bit and get a bit tired, can you actually play shots outside of the V? Can you actually play shots towards mid wicket and covers or square cuts? The fancy shots, the bit unorthodox shots. Those are shots you can only play when after you got accustomed to all the conditions. So I think the Thomians have now got accustomed to the conditions and therefore are going for a few more of the shots. We saw attempted slog sweep last over, and we saw a beautiful cover.
Increase because the batsman now has become more.
As we know, the Royal-Thomian is a bit of an aggressive counter simply by virtue of the fact that it is Royal against St. Thomas's College. Do you think it's wise for Royal College to put a silly mid-on over there? Because St. Thomas College, can go for a sweep shot regardless of who is standing in his way, right?
Well, I guess since this is a slow bowler, it is possible that the batsman might either miss or mistime the shot, and then the silly mid-on it's possible the silly mid-on could catch that shot.
Just floats along the pitch, but obviously went for a big shot. I think he's now a bit more at the end of the first session here, ladies and gentlemen, and Royal College is yet to pick up a wicket. Going into a lot of effect here. Udit Gunaratna, who, ladies and gentlemen, the aggressive
on which the middle order could be. Definitely, that was not.
oh, aggressive shot.
Hope maybe a bit. St. Thomas seem to be
Keep on attacking the bowlers no matter what the conditions are. So I think they're playing normal, a fairly normal innings here. You know, simply start hitting when you feel like it, and stop hitting when you feel like it's a bit too much. And I feel, especially since Anuka is new to the crease, he still has not got his eye in, he still is not accustomed to the conditions. You were talking about this just a bit back, and I feel like it won't be wise for him to straight off the bat go for the shots. Rather simply, stick around, play a few conservative shots, get a few runs on the scoreboard before he goes to accelerate the innings. There's a smart shot by Anuka, but no runs coming from it. Again, playing in the V as the kind of shots you want to play as soon as you come to the pitch. Simply, drive the batsman, keep your elbow up. Drive the ball, keep your elbow up. And I think St. Thomas College still in a fairly good position. You talked a little bit before about how they need a solid foundation for the middle order to build on, and I feel the openers did do a decent job at that. I mean, 44 runs on the scoreboard for the loss of first wicket is not a terrible batting performance by the openers. I feel like, especially it's a 2-day match and you're not looking at more than 200 on the board by the end of the day, the opening batsman in particular, I feel did a fairly decent job for the middle order batsman to build upon, and I feel like that's what they will be doing. So they just need some time to settle down. Especially it's still the first session, so I don't think St. Thomas College will be looking to go for all the important decisions right now. Still, just try and play and not get out. Bhagyan this time like a beaten by the left arm orthodox there, and I think the spin that Royal College put into play is really coming into some use here. As we saw, they got a wicket. They picked up a wicket with Udit Gunaratna walking out of the grounds, and it looks like the batsmen are being consistently beaten as well. So I feel like this spin attack is really having some effect and causing some damage, as it were.
the pitch certainly looks like it's favoring the spinners a bit more than it favored the fast bowlers. As we saw early in the innings, the Thomians decided to take on the fast bowlers, but they seem to be decelerating a bit since the spinners have come on. Anuka Bulankuluma, the Thomian captain, is on strike. He plays it on the leg side. He plays it just for one. The Royalists look more calm and collected after the wicket fell. They look more organized as a group.
Royal College changed the field up a bit here. The shot, or rather the cover, is closing in on the batsman, and a brilliant ball again by the left arm orthodox. I feel maybe not such a brilliant ball actually, but it did its job. It beat the batsman, nearly got them an LBW appeal. So I feel, the spin again is doing its job.
Since the fall of Dulit Gunaratne's wicket, it can be seen that the Royalists have so much, their confidence has grown quite a bit.
That's very true. I feel like they're a bit more aggressive and a bit more active in the field than they were before. And they've also put a bit more of an attacking field. Oh, that's another exquisite shot by Bhagyan Saranaika. We saw him play one before. Can the fielder get to it? He can.
A great fielding effort by...
I think it is to be 4 runs, ladies and gentlemen. The fielder did touch the boundary line. That'll be 4 runs. A good fielding effort. But nevertheless, it was a boundary given to St. Thomas College. And a very, very good shot by Bhagyan Saranaika. Again, bisected the field beautifully. There's a man at long off and a man at point. Went right in between them. Timing was exquisite. Fielder couldn't quite get to it.
Bhagya Disanaka is indeed the settled man. He should look to take control of the innings.
Yeah, I feel in the beginning Bhagya was the one who kind of played a few very few shots and a very conservative innings. But now that the new man is coming, I think they're going to the traditional batting lineup strategy and let the new man settle in, play a few shots but don't pressure him too much, and let the man who's already settled in play all the shots and get all the runs. And I feel like they're doing a fairly good job at it too. I mean, Hanukkah not going for massive shots. As you can see, still playing in the V. Even that shot was straight down the throat. Bhagyan Saranaika, of course, going for the square drives and so on and so forth. And here comes the right arm orthodox spinner. They're not going to take a single from that. I feel like both the orthodox spinners here are taking effect. We can see a left-right combination in the Tora batsman at the crease right now, and because of that I think Royalists have decided to do a left-right combination with the bowlers as well. So you can see the orthodox right-arm spinner is bowling to the left-arm batsman and therefore turning the ball away from him. Oh, it's nearly a run out there, but we can see that Thomian survived. And we can see on the other side, on the scoreboard end, we can see a left-arm orthodox spinner bowling to a right-handed batsman. So I feel it's a good strategic move by Royal College to play according to the way the batsmen are playing as well. They're adapting to the field according to the batsman's needs, or rather what the batsmen don't need in this case. But of course, even the best laid plans don't always work, and it's a beautiful shot by Bhagyan Saranaika. Not going to be a 4, it was lofted a bit, could have been a catch, but nevertheless a good swing at the ball and it went over the top. Managed to get a single from that. As I just said, or rather double rather. As I just said, even the best laid plans don't quite go perfectly always, and so we can see now the right arm orthodox bowler is going to the right-handed batsman, which is very much in the favor of the batsman here. As you can see, he played for the spin, didn't quite get it, I feel, didn't quite middle the ball, otherwise have been a 6, and but nevertheless got a couple of runs from it and hit the ball very effectively there. Just the angle was a bit off, I feel.
Disanayaka certainly does look like he has an intention of attacking the spinner.
And there's fancy shot there. I'm not sure if he hit the ball or he missed it, but either way he's going to get a few runs. I feel like he did get a small edge on the ball. The keeper didn't make any attempt to try and catch it. So I feel like it hit kind of either edged the bat or a very knock on the just drifted towards the leg side. They could wait a pitch, but nevertheless I feel like they're still getting enough to go on with. and Gautam Singh ball in from the scoreboard end. Uh, he's changed his bowling style a little bit to have a left arm orthodox. And there we go, Anuka playing his first shot of the innings, the first aggressive shot, and he's going to get a 4-5. Nicely placed shot. I'm not sure it was very well timed, but enough power, enough placement to get it through the infield and onto the boundary line. So that's going to be the first boundary for Anuka.
A rather poor ball by the Royalist bowler. Anuka was easily able to get on the back foot and play it on the leg side.
Yes, I feel that was a bit too short, and the spin was a bit too obvious for it to have any effect. Yeah, as it was straight on the leg side, Anuka, as you said, camping out on that back foot and powering it through the midfield, or rather, the mid wicket. So again, Gautam coming in. Anuka this time decided not to play on the off or the leg, but decided to let the ball go. Played for no spin there, and it worked out well for him.
The Royalist tactic of using spinners during this period has certainly gone well for them. They've already managed to dismiss Dulit Gunaratne, who has quite a reputation as an attacking batsman.
I feel like it's a quintessential attribute for any team to have a aggressive opening batsman. I feel Dulit Gunaratne had that kind of attribute and served his team very well in that sense. As you can see, Anuka seems to be stepping into his shoes, kind of. He's coming out of the crease a bit, playing a few more forward aggressive shots. Obviously, that boundary down through mid-wicket boosted his confidence quite a bit. And so the bowling continues. And there we go, that's a nice shot there. He knows that there are no fielders in the vicinity near that, in the infield rather, within the 30-yard circle. Both of the fielders there are long on and a deep mid wicket. They have to run all the way from the boundary line to get that ball. So useful runs there. Smart shot played by Anuka, and St. Thomas College will continue.
An appeal by the Royalists, turned down by the umpire.
I feel the umpire was thinking that straight down the leg side. It was a very full ball, and I feel it could have been even swept without it bouncing. But the Thomian batsman elected to, kind of keep his foot in a little and flick up the wrist, maybe go down to the leg side boundary. Missed the ball, but I feel like that ball was a bit, I think maybe pitching outside leg, or even the impact was outside leg. So I feel not enough grounds to give wicket on in that case. And you can see Madara Taldua in the silly silly mid-over in this case. It's a left-hand batsman.
I feel like the Thomians are lacking a bit of aggression during these overs.
Vishma, do you think that the Thomian team, the Thomian batsmen are adapting well to Gautam Ranasinghe's different style of slow bowling, as opposed to the seam bowlers and the fast
They
bowlers?
seem to be on the back foot when put up against Ranasinghe.
Again they rotate the strike. It's
We watch as Anuka Bulankulama takes his guard. Royal College seem to be employing one catcher on the leg side. The ball is well fielded by the silly mid-off.
Do you think that the Thomian side has been pushed to the back foot to say that they are more conservative against this type of bowling?
It is indeed the case. A slight
Oh.
misfield by the Royal.
A slight
silly
misfield
mid-on.
by Royal force allows the Thomians to get one extra run. The over has been changed. And that's a four straight down the ground. A brilliant shot by Anuka.
And Anuka seems to be getting into his stride as of now. He's really playing the shots through the way. As you can see, they are bisecting the field. We have short cover as well as two other men in the vicinity of the offside. You can see mid-off, of course, and a bit of deep cover as well. Anuka managed to put it right through there. Another great shot by Anuka. Tickle the ball towards third man. There is no third man. It's going to have to be fielded by the slip, and there's going to be two more runs for Anuka here. So Anuka really seems to be playing a few classy shots and getting the results because of it. And we can see Bhagya Disanayak requesting for a drinks break here. Obviously feeling a bit parched in the sun. And Royal has adapted a very attacking field. Anuka's having none of it. He's still going to go for the ball. But as you can see, a lot of men very close up. My mistake, it's not the slip who's going to field the ball. It's rather either gully or a point. I think that's a point, ladies and gentlemen. So I feel like Roy has a very close up and attacking field. A lot of men in the offside as well. So I feel like they're really going for stopping the runs and getting maybe a quick run out. Yeah, silly mid-on. Two men in the cover and mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Lot of men very close to the batsman. So obviously going for a wicket. Of course, this leaves a lot of room open for Anuka to play through these small gaps that he can see. And as long as he plays through the gaps, he's guaranteed a few runs. As you can see, they are playing a small, very light shot, but still getting a run because there's no fielder in that vicinity. That's a disadvantage of keeping fielders very close to the batsman. You're leaving a lot of room open in the outfield. And I feel Anuka's taken full advantage of that.
True, it also seems like Anuka is going for the more shots that take more technique rather than simply strength. He's not simply hitting it really hard down the field, but rather nudging it along into the gaps between the fielders.
Yes, Anuka is definitely playing a very smart game here. Of course, and it's not like he's doing it very slowly either. In a test match, even 4 runs and over is absolutely fine. As you can see, he's playing a few boundaries, but more often than not, he's getting doubles and the singles and rotating the strike. He's really piling on the runs here. Even if it seems that like he's not, hitting very hard, at least he's getting a few runs every couple of balls, and that's quite enough for a test match, I feel. And the Thomian Bhagira's wish is granted. Small drinks break for them, and obviously now they feel a bit more ready to face the Royal College bowlers. Again, Royal is going to continue their spin attack with Gautam and Koshen. Gautam this time left arm spinner, bowling towards the left arm batsman. So their combination not quite working out once again, but hopefully they'll be looking to rotate the strike and try to get Bhagia out. A good shot by Anuka, played it towards deep square leg. There was a fine leg, and they're switching the positions here because of the right-handed batsman, as you can see. But so again, a smart shot. Again, not a lot of strength. If he had put a bit more power into it, maybe a bit more towards mid-wicket, he could have got a boundary. But I guess decided to play the conventional pull shot, and he wants to get a few runs. Bhagia on strike. Went out of the crease a little bit there and played a straight drive. Fielded very easily by short cover. It looks like the Royalist bowler is not giving Bhagia too much room. He's obviously bowling a very tight line. Bhagia can't loosen up his arms and swing for the ball. He's having to play very conservative shots, all fielded in the general cover vicinity. So good bowling by the Royalist bowler. Here he comes again, and beautifully beaten the batsman. Obviously the keeper didn't expect such a good ball either. He let it through as well. So Zora is going to get a few byes here. I don't think that he actually hit. I think he just simply beat the batsman, the keeper, and else. Bowling by the Royalist bowler simply.
Beautiful shot there, collected by
Bhagia is obviously playing quite stylish shots, as you said, a very good shot, or maybe not a good shot in the sense that it's going to get him runs, but definitely stylish and with full of technique there. Of course, he was well placed as well, but I don't think he had, he didn't have, what do you say, a long-term plan in the sense that he's not, okay, there's no field in the outfield, someone hit it there as well. Somebody, he simply picked a shot through the infielders and managed to get a couple of runs from it. Not a bad idea, not a bad plan. So obviously playing good cricket here. And that's great fielding by Royal-Thomian Singh. Bowled and fielded well in that over. Didn't leak too many runs. Thomian batsman still going to rotate the strike, I feel, and go for the big shots. They're really going to have to put on the gas in this part of this stage of the match. They are already on a quarter way done with the match. It's nearly lunchtime. So Thomians in a good position, only 1 wicket down throughout the entire first inning as of now. So they're going to have to, or they will probably play a very aggressive innings in the later stages of this match as well. And Saddam's score is 76 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Obviously, as I said, Saddam's score is really pushing the bowlers back here. A great shot played by him, well timed, well placed, and very aggressively hit. And now Chamakendra Singh bowling from the opposite side of what he had been bowling in the first session, or rather the first spell. Deciding to bowl from the other end. And of course, Bhagyasar Naik having none of it. He is fine on the runs here, 6 runs in the space of just 2 balls so far in this over. Obviously, Bhagyasar Naik has decided to metaphorically say, he's taking no prisoners here, he's going for all the shots. Of course, do you think it's a good idea for the Royals to switch from their spin attack into their pace attack? Because I feel like in the spin attack they're doing a bit more damage. As you can see, Bhagyasar Naik again camping out and back foot. Royals made the mistake of not having anyone in the outfield. That was not as well struck as the previous one. Could not get enough power in it to go to the boundary line, but still managed to get a double. That's 8 runs in just 3 balls for Chamakha. Again, they switch back to their old field set in 3 steps, gully, square leg, fine leg, mid off, the basic field in plan here. And once again, hitting it through the mid wicket. That's going to be at least 3 runs for a Thomian batsman. No, not 4 runs. But that's quite enough. And 50 up for Bhagyasar Naik. Brilliantly played innings by the Thomian opener. He played conservatively in the beginning, aggressively towards the latter stages, but always been very consistent, didn't offer too many chances. A great performance by him, and it's going to be a boon for his team, ladies and gentlemen. And as we can see now that he's got the 50, he's obviously going to go for much harder and much more aggressive shots, especially since he feels he's got nothing to lose as well, right? He's already got his 50, he's done what he wanted to do, and now there's nothing to lose. He's going to simply play the shots, and feel that's what's going to happen throughout Bhagy's innings, or the rest of his innings rather. Chamakha come in once again. Well, Bhagya decided to play a defensive shot that time. Obviously, tight bowling by Chamakha is not going to offer too many chances. The first few balls, maybe a strain towards the leg a bit, and Bhagyasar could simply hit it through the mid wicket or over mid on. That one I feel was a bit better line, so a good ball, or a better ball rather, in this over, and Bhagyasar was paying a lot of respect to it as well.
It's a great shot by Anuka. Just 2 runs. Bhagia rather.
I feel like the outfield is a bit slower than the Thomian batsman would wish. As you can see, they've got a few balls out to the outfield but not gotten boundaries from them. They've had to settle for 2 or 3 runs. But I feel like they're still playing some good shots. As a well-timed shot flew off the bat and managed to bisect between the two fielders on the offside, between point and cover. So another well-placed, well-timed shot there. And he's playing a good innings here, Bhagia Naika. We can see the Royal mid-on warming up, so maybe he's also going to bowl or start a spell very shortly. But we're switching back to Gautam Ranasinghe, probably the most effective bowler as of now. Back to the orthodox left arm bowling, and Anuka is facing St. Thomas College right now. 86 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. And that's a nice shot played by Anuka. Tickled it towards fine leg. He's probably going to get a boundary. Really, no, he won't. Very nearly got a boundary there, but going to have to settle for 2 runs. A very classy shot there, stylish shot. Managed to paddle sweep it towards fine leg there. It's a good shot. Of course, those shots are also a bit risky sometimes. You go for the shots towards the back of the pitch or towards the back of the ground. You open yourself up to the pace of the ball, and if the ball comes onto you faster than you anticipated, you're going to get out. There's no question about it. So it's a risky shot, but if you get it right, it's a shot to get easy runs from, especially since there's very rarely fielders from the back of the batsman. So I feel like that strategic decision made by Anuka there, it paid off. Some more defensive shot by Anuka there. I feel like that was a classic example of when a batsman doesn't know when to go onto the front foot or the back foot. As you can see, the ball was pitched up a little bit. Normally a batsman would go straight onto the front foot and attack it through the offside, but Anuka decided at the last moment to go to the back foot and play a slightly defensive shot. So obviously Anuka is a bit undecided as to how to attack the ball in this instance. And there we go. That's a solid decision made by Anuka. No runs coming from it. Absolute confusion in the middle of the pitch. Royal College failing to take advantage of it. It's going to be free runs for the Thomian batsman in this instance. Bhagia Naika having no idea what on earth is happening there. Went halfway up the pitch. Anuka decided, oh no, I'm not going to go for the run. Too late. But the Royal fielder at mid-on panicked a little bit. Threw it too hard. There's no one at the wicket to collect the ball. And it's going to have to be 4 byes for St. Thomas's College. So now we reached the 25 over mark. St. Thomas College 94 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. So you have around half the innings having been played as of now. I feel St. Thomas College doing a fairly decent job. They're scoring at a very consistent rate, especially now they've turned up the aggressive factor and played a few more shots. Offered up a chance for all in the last over. Durit Gunawardena got out to an LBW. There were a few other appeals for LBWs. No real other chances given up by the St. Thomas College batsmen. A few were played over the top, but they were well placed shots. Nothing really out of the ordinary. So it's a very consistent innings played so far by St. Thomas College. They keep going at this pace. Managed to get 200 runs or so on the board in the space of 1 day. I feel like that'll be a very, very defendable score for the first innings. Of course, they can't take too long doing it, especially since it's just a 2-day match. So they take a whole day just to play the batting side of 1 innings as opposed to 2 innings. It might be a bit hard to finish it all up on the second day. Of course, Anuka is no slouch either. Has managed to get a very healthy 26 runs as of now. If he keeps going at the pace and style that he's playing, using the same technique, not going for too much in too short a time. I feel like even he will be able to score a half century very soon. Especially since both these batsmen seem to be in good form and in good nick today. I feel Royal is in a little bit of trouble. They have to try something a bit different from what they've been doing as of now. And here we see the Chinaman bowler coming on to play. Let's see how Bhagya Dissanayake is going to face this. And it's a Royal captain, Gayan Dissanayake, one of the very few Chinamen who you will see in cricket, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I think he's one of the second one that I've ever seen in my entire life. The left arm off break, Gayan Dissanayake, Bhagya Dissanayake playing it towards the final leg in a run there. And now it's going to be captain on captain, Gayan Dissanayake to Anuka. So I feel like this is going to be a real battle of the wheels, as well as the fact that the Chinaman bowling to a left arm bowler. So that's equivalent to a right arm leg break bowling to a right arm batsman. Very rare that we see these circumstances. I feel like Royal can benefit off it as well. And there was an edge there by Anuka. Went down to point, and one more run for St. Thomas College. And there was a full toss there by Gayan. Bhagya Dissanayake decided not to go for a slog shot, maybe over mid-off or mid-on or through mid-wicket, but decided to play towards the offside and managed to get just a single from it. I feel like the potential to get much more runs from those kind of balls, especially since it's a slow ball as well. But all in all, not a terrible decision, simply a conservative one. Now the Thomian batsmen are just rotating the strike here very slowly, very efficiently as well. One run, simply adding up the run in the scoreboard, very effective. You notice a slight coincidence here. The captain on captain, the Dissanayake on Dissanayake as well. So no matter which batsman he's facing, Dissanayake is going to have to meet a counterpart of his, and that was very nearly a wicket there. I feel Gayan was very disappointed. Their hands on their head. Obviously felt like he could have got so much more from that ball. Thomian batsman having a quick word in the middle of the pitch after the slight mishap by Bhagya Dissanayake. I feel like the aggressive field that Royal College has set is obviously having some effect, because as you can see from the last ball particularly, because of the fact that the fielders are so up close, they're really cutting off any runs that you can play from conservative shots. So they're going to have to pick their shots very carefully in this case. Of course, the Thomian batsmen are still rotating the strike very effectively, but the fact remains that Royal College are definitely making a few good strategic decisions as well. And next over we have Gautam Singh again, bowling from the scoreboard end, facing Anuka, the Thomian captain. Anuka looks repeatedly towards the leg side boundaries, obviously looking for a gap that he can exploit, but there's a fine leg and a short leg as well. It's probably looking to go either in between them or in front of mid-wicket and short leg. This time ball was pitched towards the offside, cut in towards Anuka. He decided to defend that one, played for spin, got it. So good decision there. But I feel like he's just waiting for the ball to come to the leg side so he can either sweep or simply tickle the ball towards fine leg or maybe between short and mid wicket. And so now College has reached the 100 run mark, and only for the loss of one wicket. So I feel like good landmark to have, but of course they'll have to declare soon, despite the pace of which they are striking. A shot, confusion in the middle of the pitch, nothing rising from it. The Anuka trying to play the same, or maybe a bit lower shot than before. Previously tried to paddle sweep it, it worked. This time he's trying to sweep it towards fine leg. It didn't quite work out. He got the contact but not the power. Ball didn't carry through. Bagi obviously thinking, oh, there's one run here. Went for the run. Did not obviously see the signal that Anuka sent in him. Nearly got out. Both of these batsmen are in very fine nick today, and they're both playing very well. But I feel like there's a bit of confusion in the sense that when they're running between the wickets, especially, both batsmen are not communicating very clearly as to what exactly they want. So I feel that's one thing that both batsmen can work on in this instance. I feel like that's the end of the session, and Thomian batsmen are coming out of the pitch, 100 runs up with the loss of just one wicket. End of the session, lunch break. We will see you after that.
to sit here. But totally, I'm not the handling the second 11 as well. I'm only doing the first 11 thing. You just ask from the first 11 basic things. I'll answer you.
So nothing but second level.
Right? Yeah.
I'll ask about today's match second level.
In mini battle. Nanti dia kerana ni.
Good afternoon. We are joined by Surang Vichanayaka, head coach of the Raw College First 11 squad. Sir, what do you feel about your team's performance today in the match?
We started now match. We did start round individual performance wise. Winning the team, Haley has scored 1,000 runs, and coming to Madar Singh, he scored nearly 900. All batters are scored more than 500 run marks.
So you're very happy with the first 11 squad performance.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
true.
expect a good thing from them from in big match.
That's true. Last year also we won the big match. So Ramanayaka, so hopefully we have a good bowling attack with Ramanayaka and the Haley Vitanagate. We are going with the 3 pace and we are looking for the 3 spinners or 2 spinners. It depends on the wickets. So we have to see the wickets first and we have to decide it.
So you're talking mostly about the batsmen that they're very good. On the bowling side, you feel like you have a very strong a side as the batting side as well.
Both departments are very strong. So if you scored a 350 plus, so we have to get them out before 200. No, so then our department, both departments are very strong.
You feel very confident then. Okay. So what do you feel about today's match? I know you're not that familiar with this particular side and this cricket, but do you feel like Royal has a good chance of winning this particular match in the mini battle?
This match normally 10 first 11 who guys played in the first 11, they are representing the second 11 this game. So I am very happy about the confidence and the boys. So they we have a chance to win this match if we bowl out them to 150, 175. We can win a good chance.
Do you feel like any of the Thomian batsmen or the Thomian side has a lot of threats that you are worried about?
No, I don't think so. There's a young side, so all batsmen are retired last year. So I can't familiar these guys in St. Thomas' batting order.
Okay, but as what I feel is that in this match they did a fairly good job with the batting lineup, or in the first 3 batsmen at least. They managed to put up 100 runs for loss of only 1 wicket.
They started really well. They didn't do the mistakes. They leave the balls and wait for the loose balls. So they got up a good partnership. We are trying to get them ball out 175 below the 200.
So you feel even in this match you're confident then?
Very confident.
Okay, so you're very proud of your boys then.
Yes. Sir.
So do you feel like they are living up your first 11 squad? Do you feel like you say that they have a good performance in the season? Do you feel like they are living up to that kind of performance, that they are doing very consistent job, or do you think that some matches they're doing very well and some matches they're not, they're underperforming a little bit?
Yeah, not the all the boys. Some boys are done it really well. Some boys didn't do the really well. Very difficult to find the best 11 for the big match. So we are until the mini battle the decision. So we have to get the sit and get the decisions.
There was a last minute change to one of the pace bowlers. I heard that there was a new bowler who was put into place who was taken from the second 11 squad because he took 4 wickets in one of the first 11 matches he played. Do you have any comments about this bowler in particular?
Still trying the third seam. So that's why we are changing from the second 11 to and the first 11. We are giving any chances to them and perform well, and we have to get them performance as soon as possible.
Do you feel like this year's first 11 squad is a young side or a very experienced side?
11 boys we brought it from the under 15 squad for the from the under 15 sides, and we have a this year a little bit a young side we got this squad.
So do you feel that despite the fact that they are young, that they can perform very well? They're obviously very talented batsmen as well, and bowlers and all-rounders. But do you think that this youth or the fact that they are very young will affect their performance in the big match? I'm not talking about how they perform, but simply in the big match it's a lot of pressure, lot of expectations. Because they're young, do you think that will get to them and affect their performance?
Senior guys has to recover them, and they have to confident. They have to speak every time, and younger fellows to come out and do well. So for the Royal future, it's in my side. It's a good point of with the younger players are playing in this squad.
So you feel like because they're young, next year they'll do better, and therefore you get a good strong squad and you can win the big match then. Yes, that's true. Okay, thank you very much for your time, sir. It's a great, we all the for the big match. the mini battle between the second level squad of Royal College and St. Thomas's College. As of now, the score still stands with St. Thomas's College 101 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Bhagya Disanayake and the captain Anuka are still at the crease, with Royal College continuing their attack now with Abhishek Pereira. As of now, St. Thomas's College still has is still in a very strong position, and they still have a lot of advantages over the Royal College squad as of now, considering that they have put on quite a bit of runs. Most importantly, they have not lost many wickets, only 1 wicket, and they can afford to play as loosely or as aggressively as they like, considering it's a 2-innings match in the space of 2 days, and we've pretty much gone through quarter of the entire match. St. Thomas College squad will have to accelerate and then declare for around 200 runs if they want to win this match as opposed to draw this match. As a good ball by Abhishek Pereira, he's bowling a consistent line length. He's bowling very tight balls here, not giving a lot of room for the batsman to move. Bhagya Fernando is playing a bit conservatively. After that lunch break, he'll be wanting to get back in the game and simply play a few basic shots before he decides to play more stylish shots, open up his arms a little more. Abhishek Pereira, anyway, is a good, consistent bowler, at least in the opening spell. At least he was bowling fairly well, and again he's showing that he's a consistent bowler once again.
The Thomians indeed look calm and collected after the lunch break. Do you think that they'll attempt to accelerate after the first few overs pass?
Oh, very definitely. I think they'll be looking to accelerate even before that if they want to put up a good total and declare with the hope of winning the match. Otherwise, as I said before, it's simply stagnation. They'll be blocking the balls and be doing much. We don't really want that. I don't think the Thomians want that either. As you said previously, they'll be wanting to go for the win. So definitely they will accelerate. As a bounce by Pereira, for Bhagya Disanayake ducks because he doesn't want his head being taken off. And this is where you can see a bit of good variation by the bowlers, as opposed to just bowling the same line length over and over again. They are actually changing up a bit of bouncer here, Yorker there, maybe a few variations, slow ball. So you see that keeping the Thomian batsmen on their toes, basically, making sure they don't do anything too hastily, and if they do, have to pay the price. Bhagya Fernando seems to be deciding to not rotate the strike, but rather simply keep strike as of now. He's blocking his balls, not taking too many chances. As opposed to just before the lunch break when they were really going all out against the Royal College bowlers. In this case, he's simply blocking the balls and decided not to go and give the strike over to Anuka, at least in this over. So it's yet to see whether he's simply in his eye in and then trying to play a few shots, or whether he's deciding to play a very conservative innings at the beginning. Managed to run there, signal a leg by the umpire. Ball straight down leg a little bit. Normally Bhagya in a good form would have with that 2 hours the leg side boundary. This time he didn't exactly pay a price for it, but at the same time no runs for him, but 1 run for St. Thomas's College. Score currently stands at 102 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
It can be seen Bhagya Disanayake has assumed the role of the anchor of the innings. St. Thomas's should look to accelerate at this point if they want to have hopes of a win.
And Royal College bringing back Gautam Ranasinghe from the scoreboard end. He was proving very, very difficult for the Thomian batsman to get past in his first spell, especially beating the batsman again and again with a left-arm orthodox action. Now it's going to be the Thomian captain Anuka who is facing him. Anuka will probably be very happy with this state of affairs. Oh, sorry, it's actually Bhagya who's actually facing him. Sorry. So then Bhagya won't be too happy then because the ball is turning away from him from Gautama's action. We saw him get beaten repeatedly. The ball turning away from the bat several times, and him nearly getting out as well. In this case, he's decided to take a very conservative stance, blocking a few balls, making sure he knows exactly what the pitch is like, the conditions, and how Gautama is actually turning the ball before he goes to do anything too hasty.
Speaking of the pitch looks quite favorable towards the spinners. Once Royal decided to deploy the fast bowlers, the Thomians seem to be quite at ease.
Yeah, I feel like this pitch has deteriorated a bit throughout the innings, and now spin does come into play to a great extent than fast bowling. As you could see, Bhagya kind of knocked that ball a bit high, lofted shot. No one in the vicinity to take the catch. In this case, it was simply. He was simply a one run. Now it's Anuka, the Thomian captain, at the crease. He's going to face Gautama Rana Singh. He will be very happy with this state of affairs. Let's see what he can do. Anuka was known for very wise shots at least in the session. He wasn't playing too hard, rather he was placing the ball in vicinities where he knew he could get a run or two. As you could see, especially that leg side, because there was no one in the 30-yard circle. In this case, you can see he's doing the same thing. He's playing a few defensive shots. Last ball he played slightly pushing forward, but it was a fielder in that instance. So you can see that he's deciding to go for the field placements as opposed to a powerful shot. They came out of the crease a little bit, hit the pad, but not a very loud appeal by the Royalists, so I don't think it was a particularly promising chance. Again, Anuka, you could see, didn't go for a massive shot there and tried to loft it over the fielders. Rather, I think tried to place it between silly mid-on and mid-wicket, especially since there's no one in the deep in that particular area. So I think again he's simply trying to place a shot. There we go. Good defensive shot by Anuka. As in the over, 30 overs have gone now. St. Thomas College, 103 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. It's an interesting strategy that they're pulling here. They're putting a pace bowler from one moment. They're not taking any undue risks. They're just looking for the loose balls. Straight drive and went past the bowler,
He seems to have all the shots.
Especially the slow one.
Strategical ball. They seem to be a bit more conservative now.
Yeah, it's very true. They're definitely less aggressive than before, drifting towards the fine leg. That's 1 run. But see, previously I felt Bhagya would have tried to hit that ball over mid-wicket to the long boundary. In this case, decided to just tickle it down towards fine leg. So definitely a bit much less aggressive. I think that can be explained by the fact that they just come in from the lunch break and then some time to settle down before they go in and hit the ball really hard again. We've seen very little of Anuka as of now. He's playing, as I said, he's a smart batsman and he plays in the gaps where he knows he can get runs as opposed to going and slogging. But especially in the beginning of this session, mostly we've simply seen Bhagya taking a few singles here and there and now defending most balls. Again, we see another leave there. A mistake by the Royal keeper, but not going to have any consequences. So I feel like Anuka is especially biding his time, waiting to settle in a bit before he knows he can play any fancy shots.
It seems to be that Bhagya has assumed the role of the anchor.
Yeah, Bhagya is definitely controlling the innings and rotating the strike as he pleases. Not unlike Angela Matthews or whoever. As soon as the later part of the innings comes into play, you see the good batsmen take control of the innings, rotate, strike, do everything by themselves, and then when they get out, leave it to the other batsman who has already settled down. I feel Bhagya is much the same in this instance. He's trying to control the innings. He's trying to play a good cricket by himself, and that's a batsman's role. Batting is not exactly a team sport. It's something that do ball by ball, focus in only on your job, and just knowing when your partner can run or not. So I feel like Bhagya is doing a good job at that, and he's definitely controlling the innings.
Speaking of this partnership, I feel as if it was a very vital one. The Thomian God would have had quite a bit of nerves when Duli Gunaratna was dismissed.
Well, the entire field seems to be waiting for something. I'm not entirely sure what. Oh, it's a school song, and everyone is trying to attend. And there's respect played towards a college anthem of Royal College, even by the Thomian batsmen taking off their gloves and their helmets as well. Pay respect, that's a great thing that cricket can do. And I feel Thomians are not taking anything for granted here.
After all, it is the brotherhood that most old boys and the present boys cherish.
And there we see the Madara Thaldu at Silly Midon doing his job very well. Fast reactions there. Bhagia trying to take the ball towards square leg, but not successful. You know, this entire thing about stand to attention because you're paying respect reminds me of a certain joke. There's a cricketer and he was playing a match, and a funeral procession came around the ground. And so the cricketer decided he's going to pay respect to that funeral procession, and so he took off his helmet and his gloves and he stood attention. Afterwards, and the fielders came up and said, "That was a great thing you did. I have a lot of respect towards you now." And the cricketer replied, "Well, I was married to her for 30 years. It's the least I could do." Anyway, Gautam Ranasinghe obviously been very effective here with a good left arm orthodox action. Bhagia has been a bit very, especially since the ball is turning away from his bat. He will not want to give up any unnecessary chances towards the first hit. I feel like, especially since Gautam has been very effective and turning the ball very well, it might be wise for Raw to keep maybe another slip or even gully if there's a very thick edge. As of now, they only have one slip. But then again, Bhagia is known for his large sweep shot, so it might be wise to have a fine leg as well. And there we have an inside edge missed by Silly Midon. That fine leg a bit too slow. It's going to be fielded by the slip. 1 run for St. Thomas College.
Speaking of respect, I feel like it is a sense of game that is lacking in the modern day cricket game.
And here we see a different fielding setup by Royal College for the pace bowler Abhishek Dehra. They have 3 slips as opposed to just 1. And I feel like that's a reflection on a beautiful ball at Bhagia. I think that's a testament to the soft hands. If you tried to go for that, it definitely would have carried straight to the circle. It's soft hands and it's not an action ball. So, and again, be easily put off by a few good balls. I mean, easily, it's going to be easy for him to bounce back. All he needs smashed it through the mid wicket. In this case, we are seeing the same kind of balls, but he's not taking full advantage of that. I feel like kind of lost his eye with the ball. It'll probably come back after he's played a good shots. But then again, I feel even Bhagia feels this and knows this, and therefore he's playing a few basic defensive shots before he plays anything else. Yeah.
Yes, of course, and in fact, if you look at the players and how they played before and after the lunch, the difference between the two times, I mean, watch the ball and properly be able to time it well. And of course, the Thomians have got a good score on the board so far. It would be important as to how they go on from here. there would be a couple of strategies that they can look forward to. They could try and go and score a little faster and put a lot of runs on the board and look for that win, or they could maybe take it slowly, not take too many risks, and ensure that the game goes slowly and steadily.
I feel like this entire thing about go slowly and steadily, as of this moment, is a bit overrated because of the fact that if they go slow and steadily and decide to play for 200 at the pace that they're going right now, at a run rate of approximately 3.5, it's going to be some time before they decide to declare, and there's no chance of them actually winning because, unless there's a massive royal collapse, which I don't think is something you should bet on, or should decide as a preconceived notion before you go into the match. You had to expect the better from your opponents too. So I feel like it'll be strategically advantageous for the Thomians to go absolutely ham and cheese on the ball as of now and just try and get as many runs as possible, considering that they are in such a good strategic position.
Of course, I think one thing that would be on the Thomian minds would be last year's big match as well, which was one that the Thomians were very well in control. However, they lost control entirely, where they were simply going for the win. They declared at a rate where they probably could have scored a whole lot more, and they wanted to keep the strike rate up, and as a result they lost a fair amount of wickets, which eventually resulted in Royal coming out on top and winning that encounter. So I'm sure of the players who would have seen the seniors go in that match and play the way they did, that would always be there at the back of their minds, troubling them and asking them, is it really worth that risk? But I think when it comes to an occasion like this, when you're looking at the second 11 here at the mini battle, that this is something that will really test their courage, see what they're made of, and whether they are really able to play the bigger games that are yet come.
That's very true. That's a very good point that you made about losing last year's big match because of unnecessary risk or an unnecessary gamble. So yeah, I feel like maybe that'll be part of the reason as to why they're not scoring too much. But then again, it's one of the risks or gambles that any cricketer can take or will take in some point in his career. Decision to declare early or play a conservative game. So it's entirely down to the captain what the team feels at that moment. So I feel it's a team's discretion. It's their game. It's how they play that matters. So it's entirely up to the way they feel. So if they are affected by what happened last year, then probably that's absolutely fine that they play a conservative innings. But if they decide to go the wing again, that's their choice. It's be respected.
Yes, and of course, that being said, also having a run rate of 3.57 is pretty normal when it comes to the test arena. However, given a match with only 2 days and played at this form, when it comes to schoolboy cricket, there can be questions raised as to whether that is a run rate that will get you a result, especially seeing that most of the matches do end up as a draw and without a result. And of course, I know that I'm speaking on behalf of any and all of the spectators who are watching, and that is that they are simply here for a result. Either way, no matter what school it is.
Yeah, true. You definitely. Test cricket where no one wins is a test cricket where everyone loses as well. You can put it like that. I feel like 2 days is a way too short a time for a 2 innings match. But at a schoolboy cricket level, especially second 11 level, sorry. I feel it's okay in the sense that there are a lot of collapses, there are a lot of brilliant batting performances. A bad field there by the Royalists, and they will get a couple of byes. But I feel like that's what I'm talking about. It's not perfect cricket. So things can go wrong at any moment, and you have to account for that. So 2 days I feel is more than enough for a decision. But if you play in very good cricket and very high standard cricket, it's not necessarily going to happen.
Of course, well, of course, that is one thing that can also motivate and push these schoolboy cricketers to, in fact, go to the next level. We know that average performance is not enough to gain and really strive for that result.
Very true. And we can see the end of the over there. Bhagia going for a slog sweep shot. One of the few aggressive shots that he's played as of now, and not really getting it. The ball was called wide. So we have Abhishek Perera coming back from this end. And it looks like they're getting rid of the silly down position.
And of course, I'm quite sure when it came to lunchtime, the coaches also would have had a good word with their players. Each one would be looking, they would have been able to identify each other's strengths and weaknesses, and they'd really be looking to exploit it, whether it be in the field placing, in how you bowl, and probably even some things as simple as the stance or the position you bat, whether the batsman should look to come out of the crease, stay inside the crease, play the ball late. It's all things that coaches would be talking with their players, especially when it comes to lunch break. And of course, when we take it in comparison of the match, it looks like Royal College have been able to make a few of those changes because the Thomian batsmen have not been looking their usual form since the start after lunch.
Yeah, I mean all the cricketers in this ground I feel have obviously got the basics down. If they're in the second 11 squad, that means they've got the basics down. They know how to play cricket. It's the little small things that make all the difference and very easily adjustable. It's just things you forget about in the spur of the moment. So as long as they're reminded of that and corrected of that, I feel both teams can just do a lot better. So yes, the coach's input is very valuable in this instance.
And of course, it becomes a whole different ballgame when you go to implement those little things that are told under an absolute pressure circumstance. And ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be welcoming Shashank Fernando into the commentary box. Good afternoon, Shashank.
Good afternoon, Rina.
So yes, like I said, the match has been taking a slightly different turn, if I may. Of course, St. Thomas's has been in a really good position thus far. 113 for the loss of 1 wicket is a start that any school would really love to have, especially at an encounter like this. Yes, and once again we can see the Thomians slightly struggling to find their time here. But of course, there is enough of time for them to indeed get set. Like I mentioned before a couple of times, they have got a good score. It's just a matter of capitalizing from here onwards and seeing what's the best they could do. They might, in my opinion, look to get about 150 before they really start to accelerate, because they have the entire batting line to come. It gives them a lot of room to decide as to what really they want to do and how they want to go about things. And of course, the ball coming a little high on the occasion to the batsman. But one thing that we have seen right throughout is that the Thomians' defense has been solid, and that is the reason for the scorecard we have here today as well. They have been able to maintain a good and ensure that nothing can get past to the keepers. Of course, we have seen a couple of times when they have made a couple of mistakes, but to the most part of the game, the Thomians have been doing a good job in terms of their defensive stroke play. Driven quite confidently there by the batsman. And of course, Trishan, it's times like this in the game that really can define what the outcome can be.
Sure, I mean, right now they must be exhausted, but they have to keep pushing on. So the Thomian side and the Royal side both.
Especially the conditions out there are extremely hot. We can see from the middle. There are a few spectators here as well who are also looking for the shady areas, trying not to get too much to the sun because it is really coming down hard here on the players. I know that they would have practiced a lot in this environment, but when the pressure and when a lot of other things are building on you, even something like the heat can really play with tricks with your mind.
That's true, Renal. And also, this is really a vital stage. Right now, they have to keep building on this. They can't lose momentum that they have. They only lost 1 wicket, so must keep it that way. Otherwise, there is no point. And Royal also, they must capitalize the opportunity. The batsmen must be tired now. So Royal must, attempt quite hard to get at least 1 wicket now.
Yes, and of course, now with the ball getting older, I'm sure the spinners will be having a bigger say in this match. And of course, well swept there on that occasion by the batsman. But like I was saying, quite sure that moving on in this match, the spinners might have a bigger say in the outcome, because the batsmen are now able to pick the spinners a little better. But however, as the ball does get older, it would become increasingly more difficult for the batsman. We've seen a couple of outside edges as well, but however, Royal is not being able to make the most of it, and well left there once again.
True, and as it is, the spin bowlers are really giving the batsman a hard time. Now I imagine that would only get worse as the ball gets older.
Some solid defensive play there once again by the Thomians. And of course, I'm sure what would be going in minds of most of the Royalists is it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before the defense makes way and they're able to concede that wicket. And it's that amount of time that they're really bad for. It's a beautiful cover dive there on that occasion. And of course, Trishan, moving on, the mini battle is also a platform for most players to really make a name for themselves. It is quite likely the two teams that are playing out there would be the team in the future, or at least would have some of the players who in the future would be playing for the big match. And I'm sure that all these players will be looking to impress their coaches and impress their schools and show them what they really can do at a Royal-Thomian.
True, I mean, this is really the stage where the youngsters and the less experienced have the opportunity to show their coaches, look, I am good at this, and they have the opportunity to impress their coaches enough to actually perform at the big match. So this is really an important time for them.
Yes, and we can see the batsmen probably looking a little more aggressive now in the last couple of overs. We saw them making their way to the pitch of the ball. It probably can be for two reasons. One is for the batsman in order to increase the strike rate, and the other is probably because this ball is spinning a lot. Either way, that would mean that Royal have an opportunity to probably go for that another wicket. So ladies and gentlemen, the score stands at 117 for the loss of 1 wicket. And the Anuka Baghi partnership has been going on quite well right now. The Royalists will be looking to make a breakthrough.
The Royal bowlers must be frustrated now. I mean, this partnership has been going on for, I would say, far too long in the eyes of the Royalists. They really need a wicket now to break the momentum that the Thomians have already built up.
Yes, indeed, Royal would really be looking for that wicket. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, they would always be thinking it's only a matter of time. Of course, now they're bowling spin bowlers from both ends, looking to try and fox out the Thomians. Then of course here it's a lot on the skill and the amount of spin that bowlers can generate. I know Shane Warne, once a masterclass, world-class player should I say, once made this statement, and that is you need to get only one ball turn, and then after that batsman does not trust any ball. And sometimes out there in the centre as well, Royalists would be looking to make that one ball really rip, and then from there on the Thomians would never be sure as to where it's going to turn, what it's going to do. Is it going to go straight? Is it going to be the faster ball? Is it going to be flighted? Is it going to spin a lot? We're probably looking for a number of variations when it comes to that. So of course you can see the batsman once again taking a good look at his field. You can see that the offside is having a packed field. He would most likely be looking to get onto the leg side. Is anything that's hit in good range above the Silimidon might end up going out for a boundary. Anuka Bulankulama once again getting slightly deceived by the spin of that ball. But of course his foot was well inside the crease. And of course sometimes it can be little things, keeping your foot always grounded behind that crease can really tend to slip from when you have been playing for such a long time and when the heat has really been taking a toll on you.
True, I mean test matches, they are quite difficult, I should say. It tests your endurance to the maximum, because 2 days of playing cricket in this sweltering heat, it's not an easy thing.
And of course on that occasion it looked like the ball knocked the handle of the bat. And the two batsmen having a word out there in the middle. They're probably looking to see what they can do from here on. It's no secret to say that they have been finding it a bit difficult with the spinners. We've seen Barge try and get out of his crease, and Anuka trying staying well within but trying to reach out for the ball. And Anuka Bulankulama, the captain, has not been able to make quite the best of it, or at least not as much as he would have liked.
True, the Royal spinners rather, are really giving the batsman a hard time. They're not giving him any room at all. They're putting the pressure on him.
Of course, at this point when Royal College have taken only one wicket, should I say, I would think the Royalists should focus on probably putting a little more pressure on the batsman. Probably throw a Silimidov rather. There maybe have a second slip, but something to tell the batsman that, look, he needs to do something different. If not, he's going to probably take a risk of getting out quite soon. Because pressure can do wonders in the minds of batsmen when it comes to especially schoolboy cricket. And of course, people who can cope with that pressure are the ones who really made on to the next stage.
Royal bowlers now not giving the batsman even a little bit of room. They're keeping the pressure in hopes that they would probably eventually get a wicket. Still no runs, the pressure is building.
Yes, probably you can wonder whether this is in fact a strategy move by the Thomians, because there is a limit to the amount of overs a bowler can bowl before he himself starts to get fatigued. Of course, a close chance there for the Silimidon. And they might be probably just trying to play out the bowlers to a point of frustration where probably Royal would be looking for a change of bowlers and maybe look to exploit the person who comes in new.
That is a possible strategy, but the thing is, they really need to keep their runs moving now. They need to keep on scoring more, because I mean, even though this is Test match and there isn't a limit on the time, you still need to complete a certain amount of runs by a certain amount of time. Otherwise, there is no hope of ending this match and actually winning.
And of course, you can tell by the field set that he would be looking to bowl quite consistently on the off. Of course, on the leg side, they had put in a sweep. Quite fine. And of course, a fielder to cover the on drive. But apart from that, the leg side is pretty much open. If the batsman is able to get out of his crease and probably go for that sweep shot a couple of times, that can make the bowler, ask a few questions about himself and where he should bowl. And that can actually maybe put a bit of pressure on the bowlers, try and make them do something different. And in turn, that can probably be the gap the Thomians are looking for to kind of increase the momentum and kick off the runs. is going deep back in his crease once again. There are the Thomians. But of course, they also do have the option of the single that is available to them. If he places it well, the offside.
St. Thomas is now 119 for 1. Royal must be feeling pressure quite badly to get wicket now. It's quite an important time. If the momentum keeps on building like this, if there is no wicket taken, it may signal a loss for Royal.
And of course, we have seen, in fact, even from the start of the second session to now, the run rate has dropped from being about 3.57 or about 3.6 down to just 3.1, which shows that, and of course,
That was a brilliant shot there, right to the boundary.
and of course, that
Absolutely
will release
amazing.
a lot of pressure, and that would help that run rate that we keep on talking about. Of course, the batsman really letting his arms loose a bit.
The bowlers must be frustrated right now.
A couple of more boundaries that are scored here can possibly put the pressure back on Royalists.
Bhagadisanayak on strike.
Of the Royal captain also has been quite good. On a number of occasions, he has been able to work out the angles so that from almost anywhere the batsman hits it, it keeps going to just that fielder.
Fielders, he can change the whole game. He can make
Out due to so the lights of the you will have quarter overs have in the end building there by
The Royal fielding has indeed been spot on this evening.
Yes, of course, and it can be quite difficult, especially given the amount of overs, 39 overs now at a stretch. They have been out there in the center. It's quite hot out there, but being able to keep watching the ball at every turn and of course diving around in the field, especially the longer format of the game, is something quite commendable.
Speaking of fielding, it indeed has become a game of its own, with coaches using various tactics to improve the performance of fielding unit. After all, it is the catchers that do win matches.
Yes, a good point made there once again. And of course, now looking at the field set, we expecting the bowler to go on maybe middle and leg, inviting the batsman to go on the off stump. And he comes out of his crease and plays it straight down the ground for 4. And the batsman showing their intent here. It was just over a go where we saw another brilliant 4 hit straight down the ground. And once again, the batsman coming down the pitch, hitting that cleanly.
Bhagya Disanayak is certainly looking to accelerate and take on the Royal bowlers.
Yes, and like I was about to say, in fact, when you look at the field set as well, it looks like a field where they're encouraging the batsman to go after the bowling, because it's only when they go after the bowling that the batsmen themselves do tend to make a lot of mistakes, and that can indeed give the Royalists a chance to look for the wickets. And of course, good leave there. Once again, just going up the wickets is sometimes one of the most difficult things that this format of the game can be knowing when to leave the ball, because you need to be able to read it quite well in order to know whether you should leave it or whether you should go for your shots. And he had played a 4 couple of balls before. It's nice that he's taking it slow and not trying to overdo it and go for too much at a short time.
It is quite often that we see batsmen being dismissed but try to go for a brash shot.
Yes, and it looks like Royal is definitely looking to get that out of the Thomians here. I mean, the field set on the offside is completely open field. There was no people who were guarding the boundary, which meant that they are indeed inviting the batsman to go for a shot to try and get it down the ground. And it's a time like this that the patience and the quality of the batsman is really seen, because it's not just about chasing after every delivery or going after the ball and trying to play a premeditated shot just because you see the gap, but it's about watching each and every single delivery and playing it as and when it comes.
Royal seem to be deploying a fast bowler, possibly to unsettle the batsman.
Yes, and I think that is kind of a good strategy. Of course, especially we saw that the Thomians have started to slightly go after the spinners, which gives you the only logical fact of bringing in a fast bowler. We are seeing 3 slips here.
It was seen early on that the Thomians took on the Royal fast bowlers. I wonder how the approach will be.
Oh, and big appeal there by the Royalists. But it looks like it was slightly hitting above the wickets. It knocked him just above the pads, if I'm not mistaken. But so, like you said, quite well. I mean, the fast bowler in his very first delivery has kind of upset the batsman. The batsman would have been used to the spinner over a period of time, and suddenly facing in that faster ball. It's interesting to see how well he can bowl about his line and length. Because if he's able to get it right, there is a chance that we might be able to see a wicket in the near future. Of course, if we take a look back into the first session of the day, we saw that the Thomians were able to play the fast bowlers quite well. Of spinners or the fast bowlers, we saw at the start of this session that the Thomians took a little time to get a good eye of the ball when it comes to the spinners, and of course now for the fast bowlers as well. It might take a little while, but it's only a matter of time before they get used to it and they start seeing the ball well and playing them off quite efficiently. But of course, batsman having play and a miss there. So ladies and gentlemen, this live feed is brought to you by the media unit and the ICTS of St. Thomas College alongside the media unit of Royal College. And well defended there once again by the batsman.
The Thomians have indeed looked solid on defense.
Yes, in fact, that is a topic that we did discuss a couple of times before as well, even when it came to the spinners. And that is, as much as they are slightly struggling to get the runs on the board, their defense has looked solid. And of course, when it comes to this format, that can be one of the most critical things in a batsman. And now the score stands at 129 for the loss of 1 in 41 overs. Now we can see the spinner has been brought back on. The Royal is clearly trying every single thing they can think of here, mixing up the fast bowlers, the spinners.
Indeed, a very interesting tactic by the Royalists, deploying a spinner from one end and a pace bowler from the other.
I think that also keeps you guessing quite often, and you might wonder, about the rough that's created by the fast bowler. Having a fast bowler on the other end also can create a bit of rough area near the wickets, should I say, and that can be what the spinner would really look to exploit. And of course, a misfield there by the Royalists conceding a run. And so yes, like I was about to say, when a fast bowler is coming in at one end and the spinner is bowling in, if the spinner is able to get his ball, of course it's interesting if we look at the way the Thomians have been getting two quite often, but I think the twos is something that this is in fact a result. You should probably, well, I think immediately have indeed dispersed a couple of them at the boundary or having a bit more of a defensive fielder. It looked to attack, and that's got a big appeal by the batsman, not too happy. The averages, and we mentioned a couple of times that this could be one of the strategies Royal College are using as well, which is make the batsman go for shots, and of course go for his shots he did, which actually did help the Thomian scorecard, but however that resulted in the loss of his wicket.
Yes, indeed. Bhagya Dissanayake played quite an innings this evening. It was very vital for the Thomian scorecard. Right after the dismissal of Dulit Gunaratne, they seem to be losing a bit of momentum.
So that was Bhagya Disanayaka having scored 75 runs. It was a brilliant knock from the boy. There is not much more that you can ask at this stage. He probably had full control of the first innings, and of course here as well he was the one batsman who really looked to be going after the bowlers. It's always a two-person's game here between. It's always a game where both batsmen need to be strategic. There is always one batsman who looks to anchor himself properly into the innings, and probably another batsman who decides to go after the bowlers. And of course, Bhagya being man who had been on strike for the longer period of time, having scored 75 runs, it was quite naturally the decision that he was going to be the person to take on the bowlers. And of course, what's important here at this stage of the game is that the Thomians are able to maintain that momentum, and that this wicket does not result in a drop in the average or in the scoring rate, as I would say. Because it was that drop that created that bit of pressure which resulted in the wicket. So you would be hoping, at least if you're in the Thomian camp, that the Thomians would be able to keep up the pace and continue on with the runs. It would be interesting to see what he can do coming in at this point of the game. The Thomians are 135 for 2. It's a very good position to come back in. It's a slightly older ball here. And of course, coming off first, he would be facing spinners. It might even be a mix of the spin and the fast ball at the two ends. It could be a little tricky coming in. He might want a bit of time to get set and start watching the ball clearly and find his timing.
The Royalists would clearly want to unsettle Ishaq, as he is reputed as a certain wizard with the bat.
Yes, and I think that's very true, because just looking at that first shot he played there, he seemed extremely confident of himself. Of course, coming down, you would expect that from your batsman as well. But you saw him immediately going for a sweep is potentially the loss of an wicket. But of course, being the set man in now, I think it would be Bulankulama, the captain's role, to really get inside here and steer this innings along. And of course, I'm sure the word would have come out from the coaches as well with that next batsman. There is a chance that potentially they should just look on getting a big total on the board and not worry about the wickets, because they have indeed now 8 wickets in hand. And we saw this last time when it came to big match as well. The Thomians were going for that victory and not merely looking to save themselves. It'll be interesting if we see this in the mini battle as well, which can of course give suggestions to what the big match would be like. Possibly what the Thomians will be thinking, their mindsets come in. And well left there by the new batsman.
The Royalists deploying quite a traditional field in bid to dismiss Ishaq early, I assume. After the dismissal of Mac and the captain Anuka Bulankulama,
would be looking to use this as their platform to really make us.
We can expect at the big match, isn't it?
Yes, that's quite true, and especially reasons. And like I mentioned earlier as well, interesting to see that in the years to come how this mini battle will take itself. It's probably being written in the history books as we speak.
The Thomians certainly look like they're striving for a result here, and they obviously would be hoping that it would be in their favor. And speaking of the 138th Battle of the Blues, it is after all about the brotherhood between the two schools.
Yes, in fact, the brotherhood is one thing that both old Thomians and present Thomians could never really explain quite well enough. But it is something that really bonds these two schools together. I myself, and I know that many other sportsmen, really do value their fellow royalists when it comes to whatever the sport they play. And there is an increasing and absolutely healthy respect among the two schools. I think Royal and St. Thomas's would never end the debate as to which school is the greatest, but they would both agree that they are definitely the people who would take positions of 1 and 2. I think when it comes to the Thomians, they could not ask for any better rivals to have, and when it comes to Royal as well, I don't think they could possibly get rivals as strong as this. Of course, it is really this rivalry that absolutely elevates the game and helps players perform and really move up to the next level.
And striking shot played by Bulankulam, but it goes straight into the hands of the fielder. Seems as if the Thomians are once again trying to accelerate. It is possible that they are striving for a result.
Yes, in fact, they're looking to keep the scorecard moving at all times. And Anuka is the man who's set now. He's coming close to his 50. And of course, it will be him that really steer on the innings, as I mentioned earlier. And so it would naturally be the person who's in form, has been on strike for a while, who would have to go after the bowlers. And of course, Anuka is making his intentions quite clear with that shot. Of course, not timing it to the best that could have. Had it gone a little finer or a little square, it would have definitely gone to the boundary for a 4.
We look on as the bowler approaches the crease. The cautious shot by Bulankula goes straight to the man at point.
Of course, yes, we have seen that Anuka has been slightly finding it difficult to find the gaps. Of course, it also goes with a lot of credit to Royal College for their field placing. But however, given how the fielders are placed, of course, there are a fair amount of gaps too. But if probably what Anuka here is waiting for is that one loose ball which he can really take on. Because I think I mentioned it earlier also, that is, sometimes when it comes to games like this, it's not just about looking for a gap and just play a premeditated shot. You need to watch the ball as it comes, especially with these fast bowlers.
It is interesting that the Royalists have decided to deploy 3 fielders.
What they need to really look for is how to get those wickets, be it at the expense of a few runs. And of course, those 3 sips they are looking to constantly attack and put pressure on the batsman. Yes, and their batsman having a small break, they were able to get some water and have a little discussion out there in the center. It'll be interesting to see what they have decided among themselves. Would they be looking to go after the bowlers? Would they take bait that Royal is offering them? Or would they just play along the scorecard? But of course, the new batsman has been kind of showing a bit of intent. You see with that attempt of a shot that he is looking to go after the bowlers. and quite interesting. This is what both the Royalists and the Thomians want. The Thomians would be looking to increase their run rate, whereas Royalists would be looking even for the expense of a few runs to get that ever so crucial wicket.
Royalists have chosen to deploy evenly spread field, even though Ishak is the new man in.
Yes, of course, we saw that Simidon has been brought back up, which means that definitely they are looking to probably go for the inside edge there from the batsman.
It seems as if the Royalists are quite desperate for the batsman to make a mistake. As we watch as the ball travels to deep mid wicket.
Well, looking at the way Ishak has been playing so far, he looks to be quite confident. He looks to be batting with some authority. And of course, considering the fact that he has just come in, he has been able to find those gaps. And that is something that I'm sure the Thomian camp would be really delighted to see. And we see immediately the change of field as well. As soon as it's Akabulankulama, they have got rid of a few people, including that Silimidon. And on that occasion, that Silimidon could possibly have made the difference, because that could have been a catch for that fielder. I won't be surprised if the Royal captain calls him on right now. And it looks like the Silimidon is coming on, but of course the batsmen have changed. But I think that probably Royalists need to be a little more attacking even when it comes to Anuka. I know that it could be frustrating having him there staying as solid as a rock, but they need to probably work on their offensive play much more. And that one going off the outside edge, which giving batsman 2 runs. Well chased there by the fielder. So once again the runs are coming for the Thomians. Not as cleanly as they would like, but it's coming nonetheless. And when you take the scorecard at the end of the day, that's what really matters. Make that call, especially when you are out there playing in the middle. But of course, I think the declaration should come after the Thomians really look to accelerate in their innings. They've got 8 more wickets to come, and I believe that they really should look to step on the gas, probably put another quick 50 or quick 100 on the board, even if it means the loss of most of their wickets, and possibly then look for a declaration. As I think if we can have a couple of good partnerships, a quick 30, a quick 40, and we can have a couple of batsmen coming in and pulling into their side like that, then in fact we can see the Thomians coming into a good position and possibly having a declaration. But they are Anukabulankulama, if I'm not mistaken, having a beautiful drive down, straight down the pitch. It was well chased by the fielder as well. Of conditions to win. It would have been a dead not he been able to stop that. And then having the match 150 point before looking for maybe what the coaches and the players have decided out there.
In a way.
Yes, and we have seen this even when it comes to the impact doing justice to his position. Of course, especially if we can see Anukabulankulama just going on to score a big 70, 80 or probably even 100 here. That would be something really special to see from the Thomian captain. And in fact, you can see this at a number of different levels, whether it would be mixing up the fast bowlers and the spinners, whether it would be changes in the field placings. They have done a couple of things to try and upset the batsman, but however, we see once again the new batsman in Ishak, if I'm not mistaken, able to hit the down to the boundary for. Where is it? It was quite cleanly hit. He found the gap perfectly there, because we saw from the moment he had come onto the crease, he had been watching the ball and playing quite well. I think it's only a matter of time. One thing we can see more than the manner in which he played it, the naturally taking last year's captain Sachidaj, and would like to follow due suit of their captain, because we saw him even as the Papare has started once again, livening up the atmosphere here.
Thought that must be the back of the Thomian's head. They certainly seem to be getting a move on with their innings.
And
loud appeal by Royalists, turned down by the umpire. Things are certainly not going Royals' way today.
Yes, of course, it has been a very clear two styles of play by the batsman. You can see Anuka being very solid in his defense and Ishaq really looking to go after the bowling. Even in possibly the previous shot, we saw that sometimes you can be taken out by the bowlers and the variations when you're looking for those premeditated shots.
Royalists have certainly been lacking some momentum their bowling effort. They've been able to get the scalp or two, but they failed to consistently grab bagfuls of wickets.
So ladies and gentlemen, now the score stands at 159 for the loss of 2 wickets after 49 overs.
The Thomians running between the wickets have been quite exceptional today. They've been able to acquire quite a lot of runs through the ones and twos.
I think especially after the new batsman has come on strike, he has been pushing the captain also for those singles. Has played quite finely on that occasion. And that would be another 2 runs. A bit sloppy work there in the field. But of course, it was just a little while back when we mentioned that, we should move on from just the individual fours and also capitalize on the singles and the twos. And now once again I have Trishan Fernando joining me in the commentary box.
Good afternoon, Rina.
Yes, and good afternoon, Trishan. So you can see the spinners once again keeping it tight. They'll be looking to go past quite a few overs quickly here, the Royalists. Saw that Ishaq had been playing well against some of the fast bowlers, probably looking to put in spin from both ends.
But the spinners really aren't giving any of the batsmen even a little bit of room.
Of course, you would wonder whether Royal College should have a bit more of an attacking field. Probably throw in another slip there. Get a couple of batsmen, or a couple of fielders rather, around the batsman to put some pressure on him.
Yeah, because a lot of fielders, they are at the edge of the infield. They're not really close to the batsman. So if the batsman accidentally lets one go up, it's really hard to catch that.
Yes, and in fact, we saw that even in the previous delivery, where the batsmen were able to get that run because the fielders are quite far back in the circle. It's a very interesting field that once again, like I said, it's just 2 men who are on the boundary. We have a fine leg and we have one at cover. Yes, and Anuka Bulankulama, the conversation out there in the centre. The Royal-Thomian, if the players are allowed to have a couple of minutes to judge and talk about the conditions out there. Oh,
Batsman's not coming. Almost.
it was, I'd say, Michael's call there, showing intent on the fielders. This is very nice from the showing a lot of maturity in the way that they have been taking on this innings. Initially, they did build up a large partnership. They came up to about 110, if I'm not mistaken, for the loss of 1 wicket. And from there on, they have been looking to accelerate. And that they have been doing quite successfully. And when it comes to a point where you're looking to go for that win and not just play a match for the sake of a draw, really accelerating at a point like this can be what makes the difference. And we have seen that the Thomians have been doing that quite successfully.
That's right, Renal, and even now they make 2 runs. That was really close. It almost went to the boundary.
Yes, and that brings up the 50 for the captain, Anukulankulama. He has played a tremendous innings. He's guided the school. They've come to where they are right now.
The prefects are on the pitch congratulating the captain for an absolutely marvelous innings that he has played.
Yes, and of course, in most of the security proceedings discussed prior to the match, most of the match organizers were very strict on not having any pitch invasions, especially by the school prefects and moreover by the old boys. And of course, I see that prefects have used this opportunity to go and have a pitch invasion. I'm sure they couldn't resist that pleasure of running out to the middle to congratulate the batsman on his truly remarkable performance. And that batsman being captain himself, leading from the front. He has been pacing his innings nicely. And from here on, if they do it right, St. Thomas's College could be looking at a victory at the ends. And Anuka Bulankulama completely missing that. He's got the right intentions, as I mentioned. He's going after the bowlers. There is quite a wide gap there on the sweeper. But of course, this is one occasion where the Royalists could kick themselves for not having a silly off. That would most definitely have been a catch. So it's 159 for the loss of 2 wickets now. Thomian's well in control of this innings. There was a big appeal there. And that would be it. The captain, Anukubankulama, he has been looking to be quite aggressive. And finally paying us, who have been keeping on at it.
The Royals have finally managed to get the breakthrough that they've been hoping for. The captain being sent back to the pavilion. He has played quite an innings. Managed to steady ship at times of distress.
Yes, in fact, he has played a brilliant captain's knock, coming out there after the first wicket, scoring that half century. Indeed, the crowd are standing and applauding. It's been a brilliant innings from him. And of course, a lot of credit to the way he really unselfishly looked to accelerate on in the innings.
But Anuka's innings was absolutely fantastic. His shot selection was amazing. He didn't usually, like usual batsmen, he didn't use his strength. What he did was he rather pick the gaps and simply nudge the ball towards those. An amazing innings by Anuka Bulat.
Listen, I think another thing that's really important is how he paced it out. Initially building that big partnership and then later looking to accelerate and put more runs on the board at a rapid rate. And that is something that shows a lot of maturity both as a captain and as a player. But of course, if we look from Royals' point of view, they have been able to get the 2 set out at one stage when it was just over 100 for the loss of 1 wicket. The Thomians looked in extremely commanding position, but then 2 wickets have fallen in quick succession, probably over the course of about 20 to 30 runs. And immediately now we are having 2 fairly new batsmen out there on the centre. Of course, Ishaq has been able to get some brilliant timing in a few of the shots he played, but it'll be interesting to see how he performs now, especially the new batsman who has come in and he's bowled him.
It's a
Royal College really striking back here.
They're on a hat-trick.
2 consecutive wickets. This is a dream come true for Royal, as the crowds are supporting their players.
Absolutely unbelievable that was. I'm afraid.
Of course, that's something that can happen. We've seen that time and
True.
over again, and that is as soon as a big partnership is broken, that a few of the other wickets can fall in quick succession.
Royal supporters are absolutely ecstatic at this.
Yes, now I think immediately you can see a lot of enthusiasm among most of the Royal fielders. They're running around, making sure the field placing is perfect. They feel that they really have this big game in the bag, rather. Of course, while a lot of teams can get some good starts, then can really be what motivates the batsmen when they come back on.
And this is a clue now for Royal because diminished. So the chances are that this batsman
Around the batsman. Thank you, Trishan. The Royal skipper was looking for. He would have wanted one on the breakthrough he had.
now Royal relies on this.
Yes, because the partnership between Anuka Bulankulam and had been looking extremely good. He had been set there. They were able to find. You can see there a good shot, but however well fielded once again. And the Royal is really being able to pull up their socks in the field now.
Dimitri Vimalsurya, the new batsman, really needs to now focus and get momentum going. The momentum was lost. The Thomians lost the momentum with those 2 quick successive wickets, but they need to build it up right now as soon as possible. That's the end of the over. Hopefully next over will be better for the Thomians.
So ladies and gentlemen, once again, this live stream has been brought to you by the media unit and the ICTS of Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia, alongside the media unit of Royal College. This is Renal Vikramatne signing out. Vishwa, over to you.
Thank you, Ronald. The Thomians certainly do look like they've lost quite of that, especially with the dismissal.
It's a huge appeal, but the umpire says no. They go for a quick run, and he just makes it into the crease for.
It seems like luck is on the Thomian side, isn't it, Rashan?
It was luck, and also it was really brilliantly. How do you say? It was a really good run in between the wickets. They ran really fast and they got it through very nicely.
The Thomian rotation of strike has in fact been very impressive.
Indeed, Royal has brought out now, I believe, 4 slips. So clearly they're hoping for the batsman to edge one into one of those slips.
Royals prayers were almost answered. That ball nearly got rid of Ishaq.
The fielders now getting into a really attacking position. They're trying to intimidate the batsman to make sure that the batsman's wickets will be taken sooner rather than later. Pushma, don't you think that the that the bowler and the fielders, they're coming together closer to the batsman in hopes of getting a wicket, as is the most important and the most probable time that they will get a wicket.
Yes, indeed, Shan. The Royalists do look like they've got a new surge of confidence inside of them.
Well, getting 2 wickets in that short amount of time will certainly increase the morale of the Royal players.
Speaking of Dimitra Vinasuri, he is a cricketer batsman who has proper technique in every aspect of his game. An extremely young and prosperous talent for St. Thomas's when looking into the future. Speaking of the future, why don't we take a look into the past and see what a lot of great cricket these two schools have produced for this country. The likes of Tulip Mendes, Michael Teixeira, Jeevan Mendes.
St. Thomas's now really must be trying to build up their momentum.
The Royalists bowlers seem to be successful in rather pushing the Thomian batsman into a corner.
The bowlers are really giving no room to the batsman. They really want this wicket. This is a chance. They need to capitalize on this opportunity.
The Thomians have looked solid on defense this evening. Cricket, after all, is not a game where you have to score at every ball. It's about taking calculated risks and managing your time very well.
Yeah, now the batsmen, they really need to get their head in the game. They need to focus and they need to plan out how they are going to do this. Because it's really important. They are at their weakest moment and they need to fight back.
The atmosphere certainly building up around this ground. Many of the Royalist supporters have gathered around.
Brilliant shot that went straight to the boundary. Amazing. This will certainly build up their momentum.
Once again, the Thomians are looking to upset the Royal bowlers. And
Vishma, exactly what do you think the batsman's mentality will be now? Do you think what will be going through their heads at this very moment? Do you think that they'll be nervous or excited at this point?
there is a certain sense of nervousness. There should be, in fact, a sense of nervousness in the minds of the batsmen. After all, it is a mini battle. But the fact is that they should concentrate on the game right now and play according to the situation. A quick run there by the Thomian batsman, putting pressure on the Royal field. Royal's fielding has in fact been on point this evening.
Yeah, I can't say that there were any big mistakes the Royal fielders made, except for the fact, of course, it was wrong. And in fact, in most cases,
An attack by Mohammad.
there was a huge confusion there. Oh, it's run out!
Field by the dismissed
As I was
Dimitra
saying,
Vimanasuriya.
their fielding has been superb. And there was a horrible miscommunication between the two.
Dimitra Vimanasuriya finds himself walking back to the pavilion after a brilliant piece of fielding by the Royalists.
Just as I thought that the St. Thomas College momentum was increasing, unfortunately a huge miscommunication between the wickets caused Dimitra Vimalasurya to get out far before then he reached this point. They are really going for the win, Royal. The Thomian batsman really must be feeling the pressure now. He has to keep this going. He cannot lose his wicket. It's up in the air, but no. The batsman goes for 2. As I was saying, the new batsman must keep his wicket. He must continue to build up momentum. St. Thomas's morale really must be down now. I mean, 3 wickets in quite a short amount of time. This shouldn't have happened, considering the fact that their first innings, the fielder is on it, and no, it left in front of the fielder.
The new batsman to the crease is Dinet Kanangara, who is mostly reputed.
Collect their thoughts and perform now, because it's at this moment that they really need to show their full strength. So the Royal fielders also they have to come together now. The batsman really needs to concentrate at this moment. He has to play perfectly. There's a quick run in between the wickets, rotating the strike. This is good batting, ladies and gentlemen. It's strategic. It's what St. Thomas's College really needs at this moment. They need a stable partnership. I believe that this is going to be a stable partnership. The Royal slips are poised and waiting. They are waiting for at least one catch. One catch. And that's the over. Vishma, what is your opinion of the game so far? What do you think St. Thomas's and Royal's weaknesses and strengths are so far in the game?
The Thomians certainly seem to control the first 2 sessions of the match, but it seems like Royal have somehow crawled their way back, and now it's kind of evenly poised.
True, that's true.
But surely both teams are striving for a result.
Yeah, of course. You can see the intensity with which the batsman is playing. He really wants to win. You can see that.
A beautiful delivery by the Royals pace bowler. It beats the bat of Muhammad Ishaq.
This is a team effort, ladies and gentlemen. So far the cricket has been absolutely amazing. Don't you agree, Vishma?
I I do agree, Trishan. The cricket has been absolutely exquisite. Both teams look like they are in hunt for the victory. We watch as the players return back to the pavilion for the tea break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after the break.
Please join us shortly. Very good evening to all our viewers joining us from the joint channel. It has indeed been a great day of cricket, and both teams are evenly poised towards a victory. The Thomians looked like they were dominating the first part of the game, but the Royalists have somehow managed to crawl their way back into the encounter.
Vishma, I'm pretty sure this is going to turn up to be one of the best matches of the season. Oh, a horrible misfield there. Might even go for 4. No, the fielder stops it. It was, I think, the first instance of bad fielding by the Royalists at this point. What do you think, Archie?
It
Vishma.
certainly was. The Royalists have managed to maintain high fielding standards. The Thomians seem to have adopted the strategy of dropping the ball and running. Their main focus this session would be to keep the scoreboard ticking and post a formidable total, taking into consideration the fact a beautiful shot played through the covers by the Thomian batsman.
The way they play is quite interesting. They don't, as I said before, none of these batsmen really go for power. Rather, they go for technique. They look around the field and they simply nudge it into the gaps. And that's really all you need to do. I'm sure Royal really must be wanting a wicket now. I mean, their momentum was built up for a long time. Now they really have to keep on getting wickets now. They're very close. Ishaq is on strike. They go for a quick. Oh, another instance of misfielding by the Royalists. This is. I wonder what happened during the break. They were so good before, but now something seems to have changed. They don't seem to be as good as they were before. And that's a superb shot, straight to the boundary. That was an absolutely amazing shot by Ishaq. That was almost perfect. Truly an amazing sweep shot, right over silly mid-off. On rather.
The Thomians have managed to put up a formidable score, and they will certainly be looking to accelerate.
Vishma, what do you think the strengths and weaknesses of the current partnership are? And do you think Royal is doing enough to try and get this wicket, break this partnership?
Royal have certainly tried some various strategies to break several of the Thomian partnerships. Right now we see that they've deployed 3 slips and a gully. Nicely worked on the leg side by the Ishaq.
was a superb delivery there by the Royal bowler. So in my opinion, I feel like there's been some sort of shift in the Royal fielding. Before the tea break, they were so good. They rarely dropped in one ball. But after the tea break, I've seen about four instances of misfielding. What do you think?
There is certainly a notable change in Royal's approach. Strategy of bowling was on a good length, bit to upset the mindset.
That's possible, and also they have quite a few slips that they may be hoping that the batsman would, how do you say, nudge one into one of the slips and get a wicket.
They've employed the gully as a sort of fourth slip. It is indeed a different strategy.
That ball is sent flying by the batsman. The field catches it just in time. It is not a four. Oh, the batsman was in the middle of the pitch. I don't know what happened.
A horrible misstep
There was
by the Tommy batsman.
There was something clear wrong. The batsman was in the middle of the pitch. And what do you think happened? It's possible that the batsman. What I think happened was the batsman on the non-strikers, they ran towards the strikers then, but the striker didn't refuse to, rather said he's not going to run. And the non-striker was right near the striker when the ball was thrown back.
It's the man in form, Ishaq, who finds himself walking back into the pavilion. It was indeed a good bit of fielding by the boundary riding fielder and a great throw back to the keeper's end.
Kishan Munasinghe is the next batsman in. Let's see whether he's better luck time to break this spell of wickets that are coming from the Royal side.
Royals certainly find themselves well and truly back into this game. Kishan
Yes.
Munasinghe reputed more as a bowler. The Royalists will certainly consider the dismissal of the man in form Ishaq as a morale booster. A beautiful cut shot. A slight misfield by the fielder. The Thomians decide against the run. It is quite obvious as to why the Thomians would consider that reconsider running extra run right after a type of dismissal such as Ishaq.
Kishan Munasinghe is on the striker's end facing his first ball. Personally, I believe that Royal really is coming up in this game. they weren't doing really well at the start of the game. As in, before lunch they were really bad. I don't think they even had one wicket, but they really came through now. And in fact, now they have got 6 wickets. Royalists keep playing like this, there is a chance they will actually win this match.
Royal have gone with the change of bowling. They decided to deploy a fast bowler.
The reason they would have deployed a fast bowler is probably to confuse the batsman in hopes of getting him out. Both the batsmen on the pitch are quite low in what I mean is runs. They have scored quite little so far because they're both fairly new batsmen. So it's going to take a little bit of time for them to actually get accustomed to the pitch. Hopefully, though, they'll be accustomed in not too long. It's a fine shot by Kishan right into the gap. What do you think will be going to the batsmen's heads right now? I mean, they're both fairly new batsmen. Neither of them have even scored 10 runs yet. So, do you think they'll be nervous or excited about the fact that the entire responsibility is on their shoulders now?
The sense of responsibility does bring about a bit of nervousness and excitement. But I feel that they should continue keep their head in the game.
They go for a quick run again. St. Thomas keep rotating the strike in hopes of keeping the bowler on their toes. This is quite a good strategy in the sense that they'll keep on getting a few runs. It may be little at a time, but still they'll keep on getting runs. It's better than, I would say in my opinion, it's better than going for 4 sixes because, well, there's less risk of you actually swinging and missing and getting out. Whether they're playing conservatively but not too conservatively. And I think if they play like this, they have a fairly good chance. St. Thomas have a fairly good chance of getting to 250, maybe even 300 before getting all out. Vishma, what do you think the scores at the end of the game, at the end of this innings would be?
The Thomian captain Anuka Bulangkulam would certainly consider the 220 plus pass score. Taking into consideration the fact that Royal College does have a strong batting lineup.
Dirath Kannangar on strike.
A beautiful late cut by beg your pardon, by Dinet Kanangara results in 2 runs.
Unfortunately, it didn't go all the way to the boundary. The fielder was to stop that, but they did get 2 runs.
Dinet Kanangara takes strike. A solid backward defense.
Don't you think that Dinet Kanangara and Kishan Munisingh are taking it fairly slow? Not going for the big shots, but rather rotating the strike. Do you think that it's a good idea, considering that they have only a few weeks left? Should they go all out, or should they still be conservative and try to get as most runs as possible with the few wickets?
They certainly do seem to be a bit cautious. I think caution is quite necessary at this time. They would like to re-establish partnership and hopefully keep Thomian scoreboard ticking.
Sure. Another one run. That signals the end of the over. Dinet Kananga is on strike. The Thomian batsmen have been quite conservative, you would say, but personally I think they need to step up their game, because the day is almost over and they really have to get quite a few runs to secure their victory. I mean, still can win, but maybe not. It's not all that secure, meaning that Royal also has a fairly good chance of winning.
Royals certainly do have quite a fair chance of winning this encounter. As I said earlier, they do have quite a powerful batting lineup, and they've also shown.
There's a huge, and it's out. Dinet Kanangara hit. The ball touches his bat while going straight to the slip. A brilliant delivery by Royal. Dinet Kanangara finds himself walking back to the pavilion. Royal supporters are absolutely ecstatic at the dismissal.
The Thomians have decided to declare their innings.
The Thomians have decided to declare their innings at 199 runs with 6 wickets. Vishma, in your opinion, do you think Royal has what it takes to fight back? Do you think that the St. Thomas's College have created a big enough lead to win this test match?
It certainly does depend on how the Royals approach their innings. It is still a hard call to make.
Thomian fielders are right out on the pitch now.
A warm welcome to our viewers to the
Warm welcome to all of y'all. This is a mini battle. Royal are batting. St. Thomas's batted in their first innings and declared at 199 for 6 wickets. So, Royal now are batting. The first batsman is Krishkan Ravindra and Ronuka Jayawardene. This seems to be makings of really great cricket match. My name is Prashant Fernando. I'm joined by my co-host Vishma Arachi. Vishma, do you think what do you think Royal strategy should be in batting? Should they be conservative or should they, go all out? Should they be conservative or all out?
They should adopt a conservative strategy at first. Once they get their eye in, I consider that they should start attacking.
Okay. Yes, because you can't be conservative for too long because eventually they really need to, get more runs because right now it's almost 4 and Santos have been batting for quite a long time. If they want to have an actual result in this game, they have to bat quite well. There are 3 slips behind the batsman. It's the first delivery. Straight to the wicket keeper, that one. Royal batsmen have been in good form throughout the season, so it's possible that Royal could catch up to St. Thomas's 199 quite quickly, or maybe not. Maybe they would get out very quickly. What do you think, Arch? What do you think will be the situation, considering the form of the batsmen and the bowlers? And it's out! Second ball, and he's out, ladies and gentlemen. It was a huge appeal by the bowlers.
The Thomians have managed to strike early. This will be a great boost of morale on their part. The Royalists would have been hoping for a solid foundation, but Prashant, I don't think that today is their day.
Yes, I'm afraid. In just a second ball, their wicket was taken.
Krishkan Ravindran has just been dismissed.
Lakindu Nanakara is the next batsman in. Let's see how he does. Hopefully he will start a proper partnership with a stable foundation. So first delivery for Lakindu.
The Thomians have decided to start off with right arm pace bowler Tehan Shafter. A move that yielded good results. Isn't that so, Prashant?
Yes, I mean second ball wicket is quite a Royal booster, but I personally think the Royal can come back from this. I think that they can gather their thoughts and come back. After all, the Royal batting side throughout it has been in quite good form. So it is possible, it is quite possible that they would fight back and fight back hard.
The Thomians will hope to carry on with this momentum and grab another scalp. They certainly look like they are striving for another wicket.
So far the batsmen haven't been trying any fancy shots, and I guess that's because a wicket so early in the game would probably reduce their morale, and probably it would make them think twice about taking a shot to the boundary or four.
An early wicket was certainly what the doctor ordered for the Thomians.
The second delivery of the innings for Royal. Let's hope that this over rather, will be a better over than our first over. A maiden with a wicket.
The Thomians have deployed Shalin Dimen from scoreboard end.
Still no runs by the batsman. They're playing it cautious. They don't want to get another wicket. It would be quite catastrophic for their morale, as well as their chances of winning would severely drop if they would take another wicket.
Thomians would certainly love another wicket, Trishan. They
Well,
are
of
certainly
course, who
striving
wouldn't?
for the win.
Batsmen are cautious. They're not taking any unnecessary risks. That may be bad for them. Vishma, what do you think? Do you think they should take some risks and go for the shots, or stay conservative like they are now?
I suggest that the Royals try to attack certain bowlers. For an example, Shalin Dimen is a medium pace bowler and he might be able to generate some movement off the pitch. And while attacking deliveries of him, one has to be quite cautious.
And that's
A beautiful drive to the covers.
the first runs for Royal. The fielders picked it up, 2 runs. The first numbers appear on the scoreboard. 2 runs for Royal.
beautiful Yorker ball right in the lock hole by Shalin Dimir. The Thomian is certainly looking to put pressure on the Royalists.
It seems that the Royals aren't doing well under that pressure.
It certainly doesn't.
It's a good piece of fielding by the Thomians there. It seems that the Thomians really are putting quite a lot of pressure on the Royal batsmen. In fact, you can see with the field, it's an attacking field. It's ready to take wickets rather than reduce the runs. So you can see the pressure that the Thomians are putting on the Royalists. It's questionable, however, that Royalists. Well, it is quite possible that the Royals would come back from getting a wicket so early in the game. And that's a beautiful shot right in the gap there. They go for two. Brilliant running between the wickets by Royal.
Rehan Shafter has been brought back into the attack. He is known as a consistent wicket taker. Beautiful short ball bowled.
What a shot there by Royal, straight through the gap, right to the boundary, right down the ground for 4. Royal placement so far has been quite good. We can see that the Royal batsmen are picking their place right in between the gaps between the fielders, and it paid off quite a lot.
Krishan, how do you think Rehan Shafter will counter such a good shot? What type of ball do you think he'll bowl?
Well, maybe a tight one. Near
And
the
he
legs.
still persists with the full ball. Quite courageous, is it?
Well, I guess that's his signature. That's the delivery he's most comfortable with, and I guess you should do. If you're comfortable with that delivery, it's possible that batsman can be got out.
We watch as Rehan Shafter bowls. Solid on defense is the Royalist batsman. These Royalist batsmen do certainly pride themselves in proper batting technique.
Again, a quick run between the wickets. Slight misfield by the Thomases. They're beginning to rotate the strike slowly, getting their momentum going. It hopes that once their partnership is stable, they will be able to capitalize and get a few more boundaries and few more runs.
The Thomian captain will be pinning his hopes on Shalin Dimel to get him another wicket. Well fielded at silly mid on.
Well fielded. These fields are actually quite good. The Thomian fielding is actually quite good. In fact, there are quite few misfielding in the Thomian team.
We look on as Shalin Dimel bowls. The batsman guides it down towards third man region.
Oh!
Slight confusion
Yeah.
among the two batsmen.
We've seen a lot, especially with the Thomian batsman. In fact, there was one really horrible. There's been one really horrible mistake that happened with the Thomian batting side. It cost a wicket. There's a severe lack of communication between the two batsmen. Another ball, no runs. The Royals are being quite conservative here. I don't know whether that's the correct strategy to go by.
The Royalists do seem to be adopting a conservative strategy, but maybe they have hopes and aspirations of accelerating later on.
It was good delivery by the bowler.
Shalin Dimel seems to be beating the outside of the edge of the batsman
Yes,
quite
yes.
often, doesn't it?
There seems to be a lot of pressure that the bowlers are putting on the Royal batsmen. They're not allowing them to get even a few runs. And quite good bowling by the St. Thomas's College team. That's the end of the over. Still, there are very few runs being scored by Royal. Vishma, do you Vishma, do you think, in your opinion, that this conservative strategy Roy has Do you think that it would be successful and that they would be successful in scoring over 200 runs?
Being conservative wouldn't be Royal's long-term strategy in relation to this match.
But surely if they don't score a lot of runs now, there won't be time to complete the rest of the match.
I would like to think that the Royalists are planning on being aggressive in the latter part of this as the close of the day's play comes by.
The seventh over of the Royal College innings has begun. Unfortunately, the scores of Royal are still below 20.
Tehan Shafter certainly seems to be limiting the batsman's options for scoring.
Which to compare St. Thomas's College batting with the batting of Royal College, what are the differences you would see? Was St. Thomas's College this good at the start as Royal Colleges, or were they better?
St. Thomas's had quite an aggressive start to their innings, whereas I see Royal taking a more conservative approach. It might all be part of their game plan.
Really good delivery by Shafter there, not giving the batsman even an inch of room to score runs. Again, the bowlers really aren't giving the Royal batsman even a tiny inch of room. They're really pinning the batsman down, so to speak. But I mean, the batsmen really need to score. Royal really have to score. This is not a time where they can simply defend and get by. They have to score runs now if they want to win the innings.
The Thomians will certainly be hoping that this pressure results in fall of a Royal wicket. Tehan Shafter seems to be peppering the Royal batsmen with bounces, once again limiting their scoring opportunities.
The big match is coming up next weekend, which will feature the first 11 St. Thomas's with the first 11 Royal. What do you think? And quite a lot of the players here actually represent their school in the big match. What do you think will be the outcome of the big match? Who is favored to win?
This certainly is an opportunity for the players playing here to prove themselves to their coaches and to the spectators and to themselves, and probably earn a chance to represent their respective schools at the big match. As far as favorites for the Battle of the Blues goes, it's quite an evenly poised match, I would like to say. Same as this.
Yeah, I guess. The batsmen really must be frustrated now. I mean, for so long, very few runs have been scored. The bowlers are really keeping the batsmen at bay, not letting them score very much. However, the bowlers also must be getting frustrated at this point. I mean, with so many defenses, they barely have any chance to get a wicket.
The Thomian managing to maintain the pressure very well. The combination of Shalin, Dill and Tehan Shafter has worked magnificently for the Thomian captain. They must be having their hopes pinned on a wicket. A beautiful straight drive by the Royalist batsman.
It's a beautiful shot there, right to the boundary. The Royal batsman really needed this. They really did.
Surely a sign of class in his early days.
After so much defenses, and such few runs being scored, they really needed 1-4 to boost their morale.
This outfield certainly has looked quite quick today, Trishan. We've seen balls speeding towards the boundary at quite rate.
Another beautiful shot that will go right to the boundaries. I feel like Royal finally opening up. I mean, for quite a long time they were just ones and sometimes even full maiden overs. But I feel like now they're really opening up. I mean, they hit 2 fours in this over. What do you think? Do you think this is they're going to start really letting it really hammer in the balls now?
The Thomians will be quite disappointed.
Yeah, as they must be. I mean, 2 fours really does diminish the morale of the Thomian side, the bowler's side. But I guess really they need to pull through now. Royal didn't have any momentum now and they're building up. What St. Thomas needs to do is now either take a wicket or have the main over. Somehow stop the momentum from building up even further.
The Royalist batsman tries to work it on the onside, but the fielder is too quick.
quite a good shot by the Royal batsman. Unfortunately, the Thomian fielder right there, too quick and managed to collect the ball before it reached the outfield. I feel like Royal is finally taking some proper shots rather than simply defense. What do you say, Vishma?
I certainly think that Royal has adopted an aggressive strategy. They seem to be very settled by now, especially the batsman at crease.
Yes, I guess it took a while for them to get, adjusted. Oh, it's up there. The fielder will catch that one, no problem there. But I guess it took the Royal batsman a little while to get comfortable in the crease and get adjusted to it. But now I feel like they've got adjusted now. They take quite a few shots.
A beautiful straight drive by the Royalist batsman.
The fielders have no chance of stopping that one. Straight to the boundaries.
Hand shaft slightly over pitching, and the Royalist batsman manages to punish it to the fullest.
A real boost to the batsman morale and a real damage to the bowler's morale. The batsman that took so long to get adjusted finally got adjusted, and Royal are now opening up, hitting 4 after 4.
Krishan, how do you think Tehan Shafter will? Tehan Shafter, the umpire judged it a wide. Krishan, what do you think the ideal length of Tehan should be in order to mount more pressure on these Royal batsmen?
Well, I guess you'll be a bit varied. I mean, a bouncer here and there, maybe a Yorker sometimes. Just keep the batsman on their toes. Keep the batsman thinking, guessing. Whether it'll be a Yorker, a short ball, whatever it is. Must put a seed of doubt in the batsman's mind. Just to confuse him.
Would you as captain consider bringing on the spinner at this point?
Well, I guess yeah, but maybe a bit later because I don't think the batsmen have really completely adjusted to the seam ball. Once they've completely adjusted, they just change it up, put a spin. And a beautiful shot there by the Royal batsman.
He works it on the leg side.
Shafter is bowling.
Nicely worked.
Oh, this is unbelievable. I feel Royal really getting into the groove now. This is a really dangerous part. And also, Vishwa, did you notice any similarities between the St. Thomas College innings and the Royal College innings? Team bowlers now and then tiring the batsman out. Afterwards, they'll introduce a spin bowler and they might get a wicket or two.
Go past the outside edge of the batsman.
Slow start.
On the Thomian innings, but I think the Royal have adopted a more conservative strategy. They've still not looked to go for those big shots consistently. They've been watching the ball carefully and then making sure that the loose ball reaches the boundary.
True, but Ryan Shafter is really keeping the batsmen on their toes.
Krishan, do you think the outcome of the mini bet has any effect on the Battle of the Blues?
Of course, I mean, there are a lot of first 11 cricketers here right now watching the match. If St. Thomas's do win, then their morale will obviously increase and they will become. They'll be more likely. They'll be more likely to be, energetic and excited about their match as well. And also, quite a few people who are playing in the second 11 match will eventually go and play in the first 11 match as well. So it is possible that if they win, they are, how do you say, I can't think of the exact word, but whatever their energy will be transferred to the main Battle of the Blues as well.
St. Thomas's bought on Muhammad Ishaq. He beats the outside edge of batsman in his first delivery.
Vishma, in your opinion, has this been a really good day of cricket? Because in my opinion, it really has been.
The Royals works it down to a fine leg. A touch was enough to.
They take 2 runs. See, the cricket today has been quite good. What do you say?
The quality of cricket has been quite amazing. You have to hand to the Royal.
We've seen quite a lot of good bowling through these past 2 innings. Royal bowlers bowled really well, gave very little ability and room for the Thomians to score. And the same thing with the Thomians. The Thomians are also bowling in such a way that the Royals are having quite a difficult time trying to score runs. So there's quite a good quality of bowling as well.
It has been a bowler's day. That is unarguable.
But then, what do you think about the fielding? It's at times it's been really good, but then at times it's been really bad as well.
It has been lacking, especially on the Royalist part, and as we saw earlier, by the Thomians as well.
Yes, but there have been times where the fielding has been really good. In fact, the fielding has been up to international standards. I've seen international cricket matches that have had much worse fielding than this. But there have also been times where there have been horrific misfields.
That is true. But overall, the standard has been quite consistent and good.
The fieldings are adjusting their field now. They want to make sure they have the perfect field to get this wicket. They really need this.
Ishaq has been bowling a leg side line. There is a fine leg in place. It signals the end of the over. The Royalists are 39 for the loss of 1 wicket.
You know, many people think the mini battle isn't quite a how you say important battle when you compare it with the Battle of the Blues, but I would say it's just as important because it's a morale building experience, especially for quite a few of the new players who are new to the first 11 will most probably be playing in the second 11. So this is sort of like training for them.
It is an occasion in which character is built. It is an occasion where futures are constructed. So one cannot take away from the importance that the mini battle has.
Yeah, that's true.
The Thomians move Kishan Munasinghe to deep point. The Thomians have deployed Shannon Fernando. He is reputed as a wicket-taking bowler and a consistent wicket-taking bowler. The Royal batsman nudges onto the leg side for a single.
The Royals are rotating the strike rather quite well.
It was a prominent feature of the Thomians as well.
Yes, but the Royal innings, it started off quite badly. I mean, the second ball was a wicket, but and the rest of the overs, the first few overs were quite slow. In fact, there were quite a few maiden overs as well. But right now, it's the Royal batsmen have increased in momentum, and they're doing really well now.
The Royalists go out there certainly do look solid on defense. They seem satisfied with defending the ball rather than going for an attacking shot. Maybe in a bid to build a foundation for the latter batsman to build on. Well fielded by the Thomian.
Well, a marvelous job of fielding, wasn't it? Like I said, fielding does its highs and lows.
Drinks are being brought on to the field. We'll be back shortly.
Royal is still only cruising along at a run rate of approximately 1.3, whereas Thomians were very comfortably going along at a run rate of 3 to 4. There's a slip, far point, some kind of communication between the bowler and the wicket keeper. Looks like they're setting up a silly mid-off. 4 or played over mid-on. Otherwise, now it's Lucky Nunanyakara on strike. Bowler, we saw the Royal captain Gayan Disanayaka bowling left-arm Chinaman. Now we have as well bowling left-arm Chinaman. This breed of bowlers, we've heard that it's dying out, but that's not seem to be the case. And that's a brilliant shot by Lucky Nunanyakara. Bisected the field, very well placed shot, and that's going to run away to the boundary for 4 runs. The over, we're moving into the 8th over now with Royal College still at 40 runs. And there was a chance. So every single leg break bowler knows is the arm ball. And in this kind of pitch which particularly favors spin bowlers, variation like the googly or the flipper could be very deadly to batsmen in questions, especially if they're playing, very conservative or precautious shots. Could lead to efficiency and there. Ronak Jawad for Royal College. Batsman played for the turn and he got it. The ball turned boundary line. In the runs, it's not much you can. That said, the St. Thomas College has done a fairly deep but containing the red as a whole, and they seem to be on top of the game. And
has been dismissed, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your viewpoint, I guess. Thomians must be quite excited now. Finally, after a long time, that partnership was building up for a long time. It was quite dangerous, and they finally got that wicket. They must be properly thrilled.
The consistent pressure put on by the Thomians have indeed yielded results.
The new batsman is taking his place at the crease.
Madara Thalduwa, the Thomians deploying Kishan Munir.
There have been quite a few instances of fielding where the fielding has been really bad. But for example, in this
Beautiful
case,
straight drive and great fielding
Great
by the
fielding.
Thomian at mid-off.
see, Vishma, don't you think it's quite odd? Just now there's been a horrible case. Now there was another case of real.
But with consideration, Fernando returns to the popping creek. He seems like a bowler who might cause the Royal
We apologize for the technical difficulty, but there was a huge wicket. There was a huge wicket. Thomians are absolutely ecstatic. The Thomians are wild with excitement as one of the best batsmen of the Royal team walk back to the pavilion.
Devu Senaratne enters the crease after the dismissal, after the last dismissal. Dulit Gunratna has been brought key to the attack by the Thomians. A straight drive back to the bowler.
The Thomians are happy after their last dismissal. They're keeping a tight. They're putting a strong pressure on the Royals, not allowing them to get many runs at all. Signals the end of the over. The Thomians are really trying their absolute best to keep the Royals in check. They haven't let a lot of their partnerships go for a long time. In fact, right now, sorry, I beg your pardon. The Thomians have really been keeping a tight leash, so to speak, on the Royals. They haven't let many runs be taken. In fact, all the partnerships of Royal have been quite small. When you compare it with St. Thomas's innings, the first wicket partnership was actually really long. In fact, it lasted, I believe, for about 3 hours. So the Royalist partnership haven't nearly been that good, because there have been a lot of wickets. Has a huge appeal by the Thomians. The umpire doesn't give it. The Thomian bowlers and fielders are clearly frustrated, hands on head. But I guess the umpire's decision is the umpire's decision. You can't argue with the umpire's decision. They have seen it on off in place, and that was a beautiful shot. No fielder in that region of the outfield. The Royals simply tap it right into the boundary. No chance of stopping that. The Thomian field placements, they have no one in that region of the pitch. In fact, both of the outfielders are at the edge, are at the school end of the pitch.
Indeed, quite an attacking sweep shot by Madar Taldua.
Vishma, do you agree with the Thomian strategy of having only two outfielders all the way back there? Or should they spread them out a bit?
The ball is beautifully driven off the back foot and it raised away to a boundary.
Unbelievable.
What a shot by Madar Taldua.
The batsmen are really going at it now. It's like they've been reinvigorated for some reason, and they're really hitting it. They're hitting out like, in fact, Vishma, don't you think the Royalists are hitting fours and, like, big shots more than the Thomians did? But the fact is though that even though the Royalists did have big hits in this innings, St. Thomas's didn't lose as many wickets as Royal has already. In fact, Royal has already lost 3 wickets. St. Thomas's, I believe, at this point in time, had lost only 1.
Another dismissal for the Thomians. An outside is caught at slip. St. Thomas's continue to pick away at the Royal batting lineup.
It's
Royal
unbelievable.
seem to be running out of options rather.
The fact is, Vishma, that Royal are playing a really dangerous game. They are taking all the risks available, but those risks have consequences. They're hitting fours left, right and centre. But the fact is that when they do that, they open themselves up to risks. And so far, there have been already 4 wickets that have taken place. There have been 4 wickets for 61 runs. I guess it's a risk they should be taking, but I don't know, they might run out of wickets too early.
They certainly do find themselves in spot of bother, but it is up to the batsman at the centre to dig them out of this hole that they've dug for themselves.
Yes, Vishma, what they need right now is a solid partnership, a stable one. In fact, throughout this entire inning, Royal didn't even have one solid partnership. Now, I've said this over and over again, St. Thomas's had 1 and 2 quite big partnerships, but Royal didn't have any really large partnerships as such. Do you think that'll be detrimental to them? Or is their strategy of simply hitting really hard to work out for them? What's your opinion, Vishma?
They've had quite a lot of good starts partnership wise, but they've never managed to capitalize on it. The Royalists will be pinning their hopes on this partnership at least.
Sure, I mean, 3rd wicket partnership, fourth wicket partnership. They have to. This partnership has to work. Otherwise, the chances are the partnership that will follow won't be that good. because generally the best batsmen are put at the front of the lineup. And with 4 wickets down, looks like Royals' chances of winnings are rapidly decreasing.
It is still the first innings, Trashan.
That is true. There is a chance that they can come back, but still, if they
Well
don't
fielded
perform,
by the Thomian.
if they don't perform well in the first innings, the chances are it's quite bad for them.
The Thomians bring Dulit Gunaratne back into the attack.
Which way we can see there were 2 different strategies that were employed by St. Thomas's and Royal when it comes to batting. So what the Royalists did was, the Thomians did rather, was they were quite conservative, but they built up long partnerships and they managed to get quite a few runs. However, what the Royalists are doing is they are simply hitting out quickly. They are not keeping their partnerships, but they are getting runs quite quickly. Which strategy do you think is best? Which strategy would you use?
It all depends on what the situation of the game is. Strategies can change according to the amount of wickets you have, the amount of runs you have on the board. So it's up to the situation in the match. The choice that you make depend on the situation of the match.
Yeah. Brilliant fielding by the Thomians there.
The Thomians deciding to deploy a catcher on the offside, maybe to take the batsman by surprise.
Yeah, probably. They must be hoping the batsman would miss the shot or mistime the shot rather, and for the catcher to catch it.
The Thomians getting rather excited out in the field.
Looks like the batsmen are feeling a bit of pressure, it seems.
Dulit Gunaratne comes back into the attack. He certainly has been causing the Royalists a bit of problems. Comfortably played by the Royalist batsman. The Royalists making a desperate attempt to crawl their way back into this game. This partnership does pose as an obstacle for the Thomians. A great bit of fielding, but the batsmen are home.
Vishma, what do you think of the constant miscommunication between the two batsmen on the pitch? I mean, we saw in the Thomas College innings as well, there were quite a few miscommunications. In fact, at one point, the non-striker ran all the way up to the striker's end and realized the striker wasn't running the other way.
It may be a.
Oh,
And he bowls him.
I mean, that
Bowls
middle
straight.
stump. Unbelievable. Such an amazing delivery by the Thomian bowler.
Goes right through the Royal batsman's gate.
5 wickets for all. I believe this is, personally, I think this is really, really bad for all. They're losing wickets like
But it's
nothing
not
I've ever seen.
Goes right through the Royalist gate.
The new batsman takes his place at the crease. It's essential that Royal don't lose any more wickets now. They've lost enough wickets as it is. Good fielding by Thomases. But Royal have lost enough wickets now. 5 wickets already in this. The batsmen are talking. They really have to keep this partnership going. They can't keep on losing wickets like this. It doesn't help batsmen's morale and their stability. The Thomian fielders have brought it. Thomian fielding is really aggressive now towards the batsman. They really want to wicket and they want to destabilize the partnership. This is the opposite of what Royal should be doing. There are two fielders, silly mid on and silly mid off, right next to the batsman, and two slips and a wicket keeper. They're really going for the batsman now. Batsman must be feeling the pressure right now.
The captain Gayan Disanayak has entered the field. He certainly has a great deal of responsibility on his shoulders as the captain and as a batsman that can guide them out of this troublesome situation that they are in. Drive off the back foot to the leg side. Well fielded by the Thomian at mid-on. Beg your pardon. The Royals try to scramble for a run, but the Thomian fielder is quick to the ball. The Thomians have brought back Dulit Ratna, the wicket taker, possibly in a bid to take another wicket. Isn't it, Ishan?
Yes, it's quite possible. In fact,
The Royals scramble for a single. Played well on the leg side by the Royal batsman, but the bowler fielded. We are closing in on the end of the day. It has been quite a day of cricket, evenly balanced, as we watch the Royal batsman play a drive off back foot, well fielded by the Thomian at mid off rather.
that signals the end of the over.
The Thomians, the Royalists rather, are 78 for the loss of 5 wickets at the close of day one's play.
It truly was an amazing day of cricket, wasn't it, Vishma?
Certainly was. The standard of cricket today was absolutely amazing.
Well, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Please join us tomorrow for the second day's play.